Okay, I'm going to call the Planning Commission meeting of May 11th on Wednesday to order. We are meeting very early, and the confusion that you see up here is that we have some members of the Commission who are going to be arriving late, and some members of the Commission that have to recuse themselves off of different items, so you may see a little bit of musical chairs up here, but please be patient with us. Planning Commission is an advisory body appointed by the Town Council, which makes decisions regarding land use in the town of Los Gatos. We listen to information we receive from the public, we get a staff report, and then we make a decision here to the best of our ability, given the rules and regulations and ordinances and policies of the town of Los Gatos. And tonight, if you would like to speak on any particular item, we'd ask you to fill out one of these speaker cards, which should be located on the benches, which will give me information and the Planning Commission and our record information regarding your name and the item that you want to speak about. So please make sure you do that at some point before you leave and hand it to our recording secretary over here. And with that, we will start with a roll call. Ms. Bailey?
Commissioner Bourgeois?
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Here.
Commissioner Talasfor?
Here.
Commissioner Erickson?
Here.
Vice Chair Jensen?
Here.
And Commissioner Ogle and Chair Sayoc will be arriving later.
And will you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? And now is the time for us to state for the record what written communications that we've received tonight. And I don't know if I include on those the desk items on item number 4, which were delivered by email and hand-delivered to commissioners tonight. They're on the desk. Okay. So we did receive a desk item on item 3 from our staff regarding the traffic mitigation fee. And we received desk items on item number 4, Albright Way. One is a report or packet containing written communications we received from members of the public regarding item number 4. We've also received a copy of the development agreement with respect to that item. And I think that's it, right?
Talking about the first desk item?
I'm talking about the 3 items you got on item number 4.
And VTA had submitted...
And VTA, I'm sorry, yes. So we have 3 items, Commissioners, and we'll be taking a break before we get to item 4, so if you haven't had a chance to look at those, we can take that opportunity at that time. And at this time, we need to... I'm sorry, I did things out of order. Approval of our minutes of April 27th of 2011. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? If not, is there a motion?
Yes. Okay.
Commissioner Talasfor.
I move to accept the minutes of, where are they? Of Wednesday, April 27th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner O'Donnell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent for the time being. We don't have any requested continuances this evening. Are there any subcommittee reports? Commissioner Erickson?
The Historic Preservation Committee continues to meet with the new owners of Casa Agave restaurant, which is a restaurant being located at the Cogshell Mansion on North Santa Cruz. We believe we're close to agreement with them about some exterior painting and other treatments on the exterior of the building that will maintain the integrity of the historic nature of the building.
Thank you. Now's the time in our meeting we call verbal communications. This is a time when anyone in the audience can come up to the podium and address the Commission for 3 minutes on any matter that is not on tonight's agenda. So if you're here to speak about an item on the agenda, now's not the time to do that. But if you'd like to talk to us about something else that's on your mind or policy issues, now is the time to do it. And seeing no one, we'll move on to our first item. Our first item is a conditional use permit, application U-10-017, which is located at 140 West Main Street, which a lot of you know is the Opera House. And it's a request to modify and add a cell phone antenna to the side of the building. It's on our calendar as a consent item. I'm correct, right? And when there's an item that's placed on our calendar as a consent item, that means it's been reviewed by the staff and found to be in compliance with all of town ordinances or policies, and to be something that is sufficiently in keeping with those policies and non-controversial that it can be approved just by the consent of the commission without having a full hearing. However, anyone who is interested in discussing a consent item more fully may pull that item from our agenda, and it will be heard as it would any other regular item. So is there any member of the public or any commissioner which would like to pull item 1 from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing no one, is there a motion on item number 1? Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second? Is there a second? Commissioner Erickson?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, consent item number 1, 140 West Main Street, then passes the consent calendar 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent. And now we'll consider in its regular order with a full hearing item number 2, and I haven't explained to members of the audience how we conduct these hearings. What we'll do is we have the applicant come up after we get a report from staff, and the commission has opportunities to ask questions of staff. We ask the applicant to come forward. The applicant, and if there are multiple representatives of the applicant, whoever the applicant wants to split that 5 minutes with may address us for, what do I want to say? You can combine your 5 minutes among different speakers, but you have 5 minutes. After the applicant is finished and this commission has asked questions if they have any, then we'll hear from members of the public, and you have 3 minutes to talk. After any members of the public who are interested make their comments and presentations and answer questions from the commission, then the applicant can return to the podium if the applicant wants to rebut anything that they've heard or there's a new point that they feel that needs to be addressed. You do not have to come back up. So that is our procedure. And with that, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Ms. Savage will be presenting the report.
Good evening, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Main Street Burgers currently operates out of suite number 200 at 20 South Santa Cruz, and Cold Stone currently operates from suite number 201. Cold Stone will soon vacate their suite, and the applicant is requesting to expand the existing restaurant, Main Street Burgers, into the Cold Stone space. The conditional use permit requires a recommendation from the Planning Commission and review by the Town Council because the use involves the service of alcoholic beverages. Staff analyzed the project against the town's alcoholic beverage policy and the town's standards for outdoor seating. The proposed application meets the purpose, general policy, and specific policy of the town's alcoholic beverage policy. The deciding body must make specific findings for the service of alcoholic beverage service after 10 p.m. Main Street Burgers is currently allowed to serve alcoholic beverages past 10 p.m. and remains in good standing and would continue to provide the community with an established, successful restaurant. Main Street Burgers would continue to use the previously approved outdoor seating area. The outdoor seating area was approved for 36 seats. The area currently contains 6 tables with attached immobile benches. Based on building code, these tables and benches can accommodate 36 people. Between the 2 spaces, the applicant is proposing a maximum of 70 seats, which between the 2 existing conditional use permits, the 2 spaces are allotted to. The applicant proposes to recalculate the outdoor seating and allocate only 20 of those 20 seats to outdoor seating and allowing 50 indoor seats. Since the existing tables and benches will be used, they'll continue to be used, the same ones, and they can accommodate 36 people. The request appears to exceed the maximum allowable 70 seats between the 2 spaces. The applicant submitted a supplemental letter of justification explaining how the existing tables and benches accommodate 20 people versus 36 people. If the deciding body finds merit with the applicant's justification of the outdoor seating calculation, they should remove the recommended condition of approval for outdoor patio seating and replace it with a condition included in the staff report that limits the outdoor seating area to 20 people. Outdoor seating standards require that a restaurant employee seat patrons when alcoholic beverage service is permitted outside. The restaurant is not currently required to meet this standard and does not have a history of complaints. The Town Council found with the 2007 CUP modification that allowed the outdoor service of alcoholic beverages in the patio area that it would be closely monitored by the applicant's employees and various town departments to ensure compliance with the conditions of approval. The deciding body should consider whether the subject application meets the standards of outdoor seating. Since the project can be conditioned so that it does not exceed the allowable seating, staff recommends approval of the proposed project with the modifications regarding outdoor seating capacity. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Are there questions for Commissioner Telesfor?
I think it's more of a clarification, but on page 4 of the staff report, under B, outdoor seating, if the deciding, and it's number 7, no, not number 7, but it's the second paragraph under B, outdoor seating, and it's the last sentence. If the deciding body finds merit with the applicant's justification, blah, 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 they should remove the recommended condition of approval for outdoor patio seating, condition number 14. And I think in the back, that's not reflective of 14. I think it's 13. But I just wanted to check that with you.
That is correct.
Thank you for noting that. Other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I noted that as well, and I was actually having a little trouble figuring out the difference between the condition as proposed and then the alternative, because they both seem to limit it to a maximum of 20 outdoor.
The one that is included in the conditions of approval now was intended to allow the applicant the opportunity to remove, perhaps remove one of the benches with attached, one of the tables with attached benches, perhaps more, just so that the existing benches that were to remain were 20 or less seats. The condition that's included as an alternative condition in the staff report would allow the applicant to maintain all of the existing benches, but would just require signage and limitation by the person's, the physical person, as opposed to the measurement by the benches.
Gotcha. So the existing one where it says that there shall be no more than 20 outdoor seats, that implies physical removal of anything in excess of 20.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Other questions? I actually have a question. It's a clarification again. I just want to make sure that we all understand that the decision the Planning Commission makes tonight is not a final decision. It is a recommendation to the Town Council, correct?
Correct.
So with that, I have two cards, one from Glenn Thompson and one from Ed Rathman. And I understand you're the applicants, is that correct? And you want to split your time? Okay, so please tell us who you are as you stand up, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Glenn Thompson. I'm one of 2 general partners in Main Street Burgers. We opened Main Street Burgers 6 years ago. And through a number of changes in customer demand, we are wishing to now expand into the Cold Stone space. And since we agree with the staff report, I see no reason to go through what we're wishing to do at this point, and rather just take questions.
Sorry, are there questions? Mr. Rathman? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to understand the proposal to limit the outdoor spaces or seating to 20, even though there are seats available for more than 20.
Well, it's somewhat of a confusing situation in that we have community tables outside with fixed benches. And if you go by the strict building code, every 24 inches or so, 18 inches, 24 inches represents a seat. Practically speaking, nobody comes to a table and packs 5 or 6 people on the bench, 5 or 6 on the other side, to reach that number of 36. It's purely a theoretical number. In practice, we've observed it since the last 5 or 6 years. A couple will sit at one part of the table, possibly one person at the other, and that takes up the whole table. It's rare to see more than 2 couples or 2 groups sitting at the same table. So hypothetically, I suppose you could pack 36 people in there. Realistically, we rarely see anything over 15 people at any one time, because the natural tendency to go to a table with a stranger is not to sit right next to them. So in effect, we're asking for a realistic view of what's going on in the patio rather than a theoretical 36 number as applied to us. In addition, to achieve the theoretical or hypothetical number of 36 or down to 20, we would have to demolish what we have on that patio, and we think the patio itself is quite an asset for the town in that it's a community table, it has a beautiful view, and when as it is used, there is no real problem in terms of the number of people on that patio at any one time. In addition, it should be noted that the employees monitor the patio, and we will place a sign out there, limit to 20 patrons at any one time, which has never been a problem anyway.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'm just curious about how we got to the number 36. So there are 5 tables, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be 7.2 people per table. It just seems like a very odd calculation. How do you get 5 tables and 36 people?
It wasn't our calculation, but if you look at the bench in front, or the table in front of us, if you imagine on this table with no seats there, that you have a bench on either side where the seats are, and you go every 18 inches or perhaps 2 feet, and imagine a person sitting there, that's how they got to that number. And obviously, if 2 or 3 couples or groups came into the restaurant to sit at that table, they wouldn't pack themselves in like sardines in that fashion. So it's a number calculated on a distance
of the bench seat,
of the bench
cumulatively across all tables.
Correct.
Other questions? Okay, unless you have something else you'd like to say to us, we'll have you sit down. Thank you. I do not have any other cards regarding this item from any member of the audience. If there's anybody here that would like to talk about Main Street Burgers, now is your time to do that before I close the public hearing. Okay, I don't see anyone, so I don't, Mr. Rathman, I suspect you don't want to come back up, or Mr. Thompson?
No need to.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing then and look to the commission for a motion and or discussion. Or questions of staff. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'm going to go ahead and try a motion. I appreciate the need for us to have regulations and to limit the number of people sitting and limiting numbers in the restaurant, but I think to take out those benches, that is such a nice asset. I mean, one of the findings we have to make that it does not impair the integrity of the zone, and I think if we enforce the letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law in this case, that we would actually be impairing the integrity of that zone. I think that is a nice feature of that corner. I think the outdoor seating is great. I've eaten there, sat there myself. I've never seen more than 2, 3, 4 people per table. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the request to expand an existing restaurant, Main Street Burgers, into a space currently occupied by a separate restaurant, Cold Soul Creamery, conditional use application U-11-001. And I can make the following findings. That the project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15061 of CEQA. That I can make the findings as required under Section 2920-190 of the Town Code for granting approval of the conditional use permit. And I will go through those quickly. This parcel used to be a single restaurant, and so we're basically returning it to what it was at one point. So finding that it is not consistent with the general plan or that it's detrimental to the public safety and general welfare, and will not impair the integrity or character of the zone, and that it is indeed essential and desirable to the public convenience I think we can easily make all those findings as outlined under 2920-190 for those reasons. I can also make the required finding under section 4B of the redevelopment plan that it meets the use set forth in the town's general plan. It was a restaurant, it's remaining a restaurant, and that I can make the required findings under the town's alcoholic beverage policy to approve a conditional use permit to serve alcoholic beverages after 10 o'clock. And let's see, those are also in Exhibit 2 of our packet, that it will not adversely affect the adjacent residential neighborhoods, and that they do not have a history of complaints or noncompliance, and that they have demonstrated a clear benefit to the community, and that the project continues to provide the community with an established successful restaurant on a prominent corner in our downtown. And so for those reasons, I will recommend to the town council approval of conditional use permit U-11-001 with the conditions contained in Exhibit 3. And that's my motion.
And just to make sure, that contains the new finding that we discussed regarding the seating?
That is correct, yes. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bourgeois. Is there a second? Commissioner Talasford, you had your hand up first.
I did. You know what? I will certainly second this. This restaurant has become popular with multi-generational residents in our town and our visitors as well. And it's always a delight for me to see the kids kind of hanging out there. It gives them a place to go of all ages, and so I'm really in support of this. Plus, when I was in there recently, I noticed that it seemed that you were going to green utensils, using potato utensils, and also the cups, I think, were another material, and I've forgotten what they were, but that really pleased me as well. And I think the people behind the counter were telling me that you were phasing into that use as soon as you get rid of the plethora of stock that you have. So I certainly will support this.
So we have a motion to recommend approval by Commissioner Bourgeois, seconded by Commissioner Talasford. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, I will call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 5-0 with 2 commissioners not presently here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, appeal rights.
This decision is appealable to the town council. There is a 10-day appeal period. There is a fee for filing the appeal, and the appeal forms are located upstairs in the town clerk's. Oh, wait, no, it's not appealable. I'm sorry. This matter is being forwarded to town council. I'm so sorry.
I got the high sign from Ms. Bailey.
And the
so-
matter will be re-notified at public hearing.
Which brings us to item number 3 on our agenda. And I mentioned to you in the audience earlier that we're going to be playing some musical chairs up here. Chair Sayak is going to be arriving later, and Commissioner Ogle is going to be arriving later, and I am recused from item number 3 because my husband is a certificate member of La Rinconada. So I'm going to be excusing myself, and by consent of the commission, Commissioner Erickson will be serving as chair for that item.
Item number 3 is a application for conditional use permit U-11-002, which is requesting approval to modify an existing conditional use permit to increase the allowed membership at La Rinconada Country Club. We have a staff report.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. The project site is located at 14595 Clearview Drive, south of Wedgwood Avenue and west of Clearview Drive. The site is surrounded by single-family residential properties. The applicant, La Rinconada Country Club, is requesting to modify their conditional use permit to increase their permitted membership from 511 members to 571 members. No other changes are proposed as part of this application. The increase will not have an impact on parking, but is estimated to increase traffic by 80 average daily trips, as well as increasing both the AM and peak hour trips by 7. As you can see by your desk item, the applicant will be required to pay a traffic mitigation fee based on the average daily trips of $10,200. In addition, the applicant is required to provide a community benefit to the town based on this increase in AM and PM peak hour trips. The applicant has offered to provide the town with rights and access to install the necessary equipment to connect the club's water supply to provide irrigation to the future landscaping that will be installed adjacent to the newly constructed sidewalk along Wedgwood Avenue. The applicant will also be providing the required water for the landscaping for a period of 2 years, once installation is complete. At the end of that time, the town will be responsible for providing a separate meter to continue providing water to this area. The proposed increase in membership will allow for additional members of the Los Gatos community to take advantage of the town's only golf course and country club. Pursuant to the town traffic policy, the increase in traffic is considered a minor traffic impact and will be mitigated by the required traffic impact fee. In addition, the community benefit offered will help the town enhance the newly constructed sidewalk along Wedgwood Avenue and increase the benefit of the recent improvements to the immediate Wedgwood Avenue neighborhood and community. Staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the conditional use permit subject to the attached conditions with the modification provided in your desk item. This completes staff's report.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Before we move to the public hearing, everyone's had an opportunity to read the desk item, and do we have questions for the staff? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley, for your report. I have a question about the community benefit. Is what they're proposing, does it change what the town is going to do in that area? I mean, were we planning to do landscaping and provide irrigation anyway?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, or is this, does this open up a new opportunity for us all together, or were we already planning to do something there?
I think it was the hope of the Public Works Department to be able to provide that, but we did not have water access to provide that. Kevin Rohani could speak better to that, but that is my understanding of the situation, that this is providing a new opportunity that was not, that the town did not have the ability to do before. It was, like I said, a desire of the town, and the timing of it will be up to the town funds as far as when we can actually install those.
And do you know if we've done any calculations as to how much water we're actually going to be using? I mean, it's hard to put a value on, for me, 2 years of water, you know, what is that worth? I mean, not necessarily dollar, but, I don't know. I just don't know how to value that in any way, not knowing the scope of the landscaping project and what sort of volumes of water we're talking about. Is this...
Commissioner Bourgeois, no, we have not done a calculation to determine the exact amount of water is going to be needed for the proposed landscaping we're going to have on Wedgwood. We did some rough calculation what's going to cost if the town would want to use San Jose Water main line, bring a new line, set up new meters and facilities on Wedgwood, and that would run about $3,000-4,000. With us, if approved, using the club irrigation water, we would simply tap into the facility for our irrigation for the landscaping.
And how long a stretch of landscaping are we talking about?
This basically covers the new, as you've seen, we have done a phase of landscaping 2 years ago from Wimbledon to Mulberry. The new section will be from Mulberry to Coronado. That's project we anticipate to be under construction towards the end of this year.
Other questions from the Commission? Go ahead.
I have one more for Ms. Mosley now. I'm going to talk about the parking requirement. I understand you said the parking doesn't impact the parking. I mean, 60 new people, 60 new members obviously is going to change the parking. But I understand our parking requirements are based on square footage of the facility. So therefore, their parking requirement doesn't change. But I'm just wondering if there's some practical application or some practical, or maybe I should ask the applicant, do they have the capacity to handle the extra parking?
If you give me a minute, I can look at, so last year they did a modification to their conditional use permit as well as upgrading their pool facilities. They did have an excess of parking available at that time, even with the additional parking required for those upgrades. If you want to bring the applicant up and have them speak, I can also look for that number and provide that to you.
Other questions from the commission? Okay, we're ready to move to the public hearing portion of it. We don't have any cards for anyone who would like to speak on it, but we would assume there's an applicant representative here. So we'd ask you to introduce yourself, address, and eventually fill out a speaker card for us for the record.
Good evening. I'm Rick Forney, representing La Rinconada Country Club. I've been employed by the club for the last 10 years. Our address is located at 14595 Clearview Drive in Los Gatos. I think Ms. Mosley outlined our conditional change that we're requesting. Currently, we have 511 members, and we're wishing to increase that to 571. I understand you have a question regarding the parking and how we might handle that. Currently, we don't have a parking with a problem. We do restrict the number of attendees at various events. As a result, we like to provide significant parking for those that will be attending.
Any other bit of information that you would like to share with us at this time?
Some of the items that Ms. Mosley did not bring up, I believe La Rinconada Country Club has been a fond supporter of the community. Kevin Rahani mentioned about the water that we are willing to supply for the community benefit. We also are currently supplying a water supply on Wedgewood for the recent improvements we did a couple years ago, in addition to installing the sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. We feel fortunate being here in the community. I think we're very good supporters of the community by having various social events for Los Gatos community members. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Questions, other questions from the commission? Commissioner Talsor.
Right. Let me just ask you, it doesn't indicate here that the traffic that you have so far has caused any concern or issues with residents?
No, it hasn't. The majority of our residents or members are residents of Los Gatos. And within the, I will say, 3 neighborhood blocks, we have approximately 38 members that live on those streets. I haven't heard any complaints or comments from them at all.
Okay, and do you still check in with your residents? And I think,
As required by our conditional use permit?
Yes.
Our last meeting was in January of this year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for addressing my earlier question about parking. I want to follow up on the community benefit issue. And so the water is going to be supplied for the irrigation for 2 years, and then after that, there's going to be a meter put in, and the city or the town, I assume, would then reimburse La Rinconada for that. Do you know who's paying for the installation of the meter? Because I know those aren't cheap either.
I was not aware of that situation.
It was our intent that after about a 2-year period, we would evaluate the condition of those trees. These are going to be not smaller trees. We're using the 24-inch box tree. We expect them to be fairly well established, that would not require watering through the irrigation system.
Great, thank you.
Other questions of the applicant from the commission? If not, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We now would provide an opportunity for other members of the public to address the commission on this issue. We don't have speaker cards, but if there's anyone who would like to speak on this issue, please identify yourself. We'll give you that opportunity. We just asked you to identify yourself with your address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie Grant, 14632 Golf Links Drive, and I wanted to talk on behalf of La Rinconada. There was mention of additional 80 trips in the neighborhood, and that is a concern. There is a lot of traffic at the times that you mentioned during the day. There is a lot of exceeding of the speed limit, and it is dangerous to pedestrians because there are no sidewalks.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission of the speaker? Yeah, Commissioner O'Donnell. Ask you to go back. Question for you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand. The sidewalks that are being put in or have been put in by La Rinconada, I understand you to say that they do not address the problem you're raising. Is that correct?
That's correct. I only heard Wedgwood addressed, and I'm talking about La Rinconada, Golf Links, Natalie.
That's fine.
All of these
I understand that, but I want to be
streets on
sure
the
that
other
I did understand. Thank you.
Other questions of Ms. Grant? Is anyone else from the public who'd like to address? If not, we'll close the public hearing and open the discussion from the commission with the commission. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to, for the record, to say that I retired from the practice of law about a year and a half ago. Prior to that time, I did, from time to time, represent one of the owners, and sometimes I suppose two, of the owners of the ground in La Rinconada, and I met Mr. Forney, or at least corresponded with him to that extent. I have, near as I can tell, the landlord would not have an interest one way or the other in this, nor do I represent the landlord, nor have I represented the landlord for over a year and a half. It didn't occur to me until I saw Mr. Forney and saw his name, and so I thought I should put that on the record. I don't think there's a conflict or an appearance of a conflict, but I'm putting on the record in case anybody disagrees with that.
Any comment from the town attorney?
No comment.
Thank you. So we're open to discussion from the commission. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have a couple more questions for Mr. Ohani, I think. One, I'm just curious if anyone in that neighborhood, in the La Rinconada or Golf Links neighborhood, has approached the town for any sort of traffic calming, because I know it's incumbent upon the neighborhood to go to the town with traffic issues for the traffic calming program. I'm just wondering if that's ever happened in that area.
No, it has not.
Okay, and so the follow-up to that would be this $10,000+ that's being required for the traffic impact fee. Could you just, for the record, explain how that is used, or what that money goes to?
The fee that the applicant will pay will go into the town's overall traffic mitigation funds, which can be used for various projects, for projects generally that used for capacity enhancing or other means, but there is no specific project right now in that neighborhood, and from our understanding, we have not been approached or have known about any specific issues.
Thank you. So if that neighborhood did have an issue and came to you with it, they could enter into the town's traffic calming program?
Correct. And also that area along the La Rinconada, they do not have sidewalk. That's basically they have curb and gutter. The sidewalk that was talked about, that was strictly on Wedgwood Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one quick comment just to help frame the traffic calming aspect? Is that most of that area of most of that neighborhood is actually unincorporated, it is within Santa Clara County. If there are traffic calming issues, I don't know that we would have the jurisdiction to install traffic calming measures. That's also the reason that there are no sidewalks out there, is because it is county.
Thank you. Commissioner Telesford.
Yeah. Are you referring to Golf Links Drive specifically as being county-based?
I believe so. Let me double check. There's a large pocket there that the majority of it is. Clearview, I believe, as you come in off of Wedgwood, is all town, but the majority of the rest of that, with like a parcel or two, is all unincorporated.
Do you want to give the staff a moment to clarify that? Are there other questions from the commission while we wait for them to wait for Ms. Mosley to clarify that?
Basically, what you see on that map, the gray area is the county pocket, which is right adjacent to the country club, what Ms. Bailey is pointing to. That's all in the county, and the green area is the country club.
But the majority of golf links is in the town. But most of the traffic for the country club should not be accessing through golf links. It's not a.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the commission? And the chair would entertain a motion. Mr. Bourgeois.
I'm not going to do much. I'll make one quick comment because it's the one thought about this that's kind of bugging me, and it's the community benefit. It seems, again, since Commissioner Jensen isn't here, I'll bring up the whole nexus issue. Providing irrigation for a traffic impact, seems like an odd community benefit. It also seems a little weak to me personally. It seems like allowing someone to tie into an irrigation line and water for one block of streetscape for 2 years. I don't know. It seems a little weak. Again, I have trouble knowing how to value that and how to assess that as a community benefit. That's the one thing that's causing me a little concern.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
That's an interesting proposition because, as I understand, Commissioner Jensen looks for nexus. There is no nexus, which doesn't get then into value. So, on the other hand, most of the commission doesn't get into nexus, nor does the town council. So if nexus is off the table, then we get into value. If we get into value, there are no guidelines. This is a relatively minor project. The traffic mitigation fee, with all due respect to money, is a relative. If you look at the traffic mitigation fee versus the community benefit, they are in proportion. In fact, community benefit is almost half. It's more than a third, anyway, of the mitigation fee. So we don't have a schedule. We don't have a clue, very frankly. It's a community benefit, and that's in the eye of the beholder. So I guess the question becomes, would you have enough to turn down this project based on the amount of money, and notwithstanding there is no nexus? So it's a very interesting question, but it's one that I think the majority of the Planning Commission has avoided.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
And through the chair, if I may respond, I don't think it's enough for me to not vote for approval of this project. I bring it up because it is the one kind of nagging issue I had, and if other commissioners felt strongly, I didn't want it to go unsaid. But yeah, I don't think it would prevent me from voting for approval.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'll attempt to make the motion unless Commissioner Telesfor was going to ask something.
What I was going to ask is how we, I know we only had one person here concerned with traffic on golf links, but I would, I'm going to assume that there's probably more than just one person out there with that concern. So I'm just trying to figure out how we might address that in this motion, or if we can, or if we could give a direction to the applicant to, I don't know, survey the, see what, I don't know what to do with this, but I think we need to address it in some way.
Can I respond? Just respond to this. Normally, you would go to your elected officials. In this case, it would be a county supervisor, and you would ask the county to take some steps. And that's what I think should be done. I don't think you take the county property and go to the town and say, please address the county problem. So I don't, it seems to me that it falls outside of our jurisdiction.
So I have a question for the staff. So to be sure, the streets that are in the town, that are in the vicinity of the country club, do they have sidewalks?
They do not.
Thank you. So I make the observation, if part of the issue, to the other commissioners, part of the issue is the areas in which the town has jurisdiction, which would be on streets that, in fact, are in the town that don't have sidewalks. If we had concerns about this, the safety issue and of people walking in the area, would we want to entertain a different kind of community benefit that would address that?
I would assume you're talking about very, very substantial amounts of money. If you're talking about, I mean, I shudder to even think of what it would take to put in sidewalks in the area we're talking about. I don't know the linear footage, but I guess it could be millions of dollars. I don't know.
Mr. Rahani.
Thank you. The concept of sidewalk, in theory, just it sounds simple, but a lot of the areas in that overall neighborhood, the properties are fully developed, the landscaping, the frontage comes all the way to back of curb. Those areas have not had sidewalks. To go and put sidewalks out there, outside of just the cost of the pure concrete to build a sidewalk, you would have to do substantially work with each of the properties to work around or through some of the improvements that they've done, and that any neighborhood has not had sidewalks in the past, and again also in the county pockets they do not have any sidewalks. And we have not heard in the past, at least on the four town streets, issues pertaining to traffic related.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'll go ahead and try to make the motion and see if we get a second, any discussion.
We've already closed the public hearing, so we would, where the commission is in its deliberations at this point in time. Thank you.
We've got plenty of time.
I think we'll move forward with the deliberations at this point in time.
The motion would be that we find that the proposed project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act, that we would make the required findings required by the town code, Section 2920-190, for the granting of a use permit, and those are set forth in Exhibit 2, and in particular, that the proposed uses of the property are desirable to public convenience, that the proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone, would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare, and that they would be in harmony with the general plan and the purposes of the town code. Also, that the conditional use permit application be approved, that is application U-11-002, with all the conditions that are set forth in the attached Exhibit 3. So that would be the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Do we have a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Bourgeois seconds the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 4-0. There are appeal rights, I believe, Ms. Bailey.
Yes, there are appeal rights for this one. This decision is appealable to the town council. There is a 10-day appeal period. There is a fee for filing an appeal, and the appeal forms are located upstairs in the town clerk's office.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Before we move to item number 4, I'd like to call on Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I know we're going to take a recess in a minute, but on item number 4, the firm I work for has done some environmental work for the applicant on that project site, so I will be recusing myself from item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourgeois. We are going to take about a 20-minute recess for a moment. We have a lengthy desk item, 2 lengthy desk items with respect to this agenda item that we received this evening or earlier today, to give the Commission ample time to review them. They're available also on the table out front for the public. And we will also be doing a little bit of musical chairs up here because there's a number of staff from the city who are involved in this project that all need to be available. And the town attorney will actually be joining us up here. So we will recess now and reconvene in 20 minutes.
Has a presentation which they make to the Planning Commission. It's generally a recap of the staff report, and the staff report should have been available to the public. And the staff will answer any questions that the Commission has before we go into the rest of the presentations. After that is completed, the applicant has a combined 5 minutes. So if they have multiple representatives, they need to split their time to 5 minutes. And as with anyone else for the rest of the evening, if you find that you don't have something to say for the full time allotted, don't feel like you have to talk for 5 minutes or you have to talk for 3 minutes. You can simply make your comment, and we will appreciate what comment you make. And we'd also ask, as we go through the process, after the applicant has their 5 minutes, the Commission may ask them questions, just like they can ask questions of anyone who speaks. After the applicant speaks for 5 minutes, then any member of the public that's interested in speaking to us has 3 minutes to talk to us, and we can ask them questions as well. If you want to speak, please fill out one of these yellow cards, which you find on the benches behind out in the audience. For seeing so many of you out there, there's not that many cards, so maybe not all of you are public speakers, but if you do want to speak, you need to fill out a card at some point, so we encourage you to do that if you'd like to be heard on this matter. After all the people that want to speak, then we'll ask the applicant to come back up, and they'll have a chance to respond to what they might have heard from members of the public. After they do that and answer any questions that the Commission may have, we'll close the public hearing, and the Commission can then ask questions of staff, or they can make a motion regarding this particular item, and then we'll vote on it here. I want to remind everyone that the Planning Commission is an advisory body to the Town Council, so there's some things that the Planning Commission has final decision-making authority on and some things that they do not. If there's a zone change or a policy matter or some other items in town, the Planning Commission's only action is to make a recommendation to the Town Council. That recommendation can be that the Town Council approve the project, or the recommendation can be that the Town Council not approve the project. But the action that the Planning Commission is taking tonight is a recommendation only. So there will be another hearing, no matter what happens. There will be another hearing in front of the Town Council. That doesn't mean you should save your comments till that time. It means that you should make whatever comments you want, but be aware that whatever happens with the Planning Commission tonight is not the final action taken by the town. I'd also like to remind everyone, if you have a cell phone or other electronic device, we'd appreciate it if you'd put it on silent or turn it off. Sometimes it interferes with the microphones. And there's our chair. Come on in. I'm vamping for you to come. So please turn them off, because sometimes there's feedback or it can disrupt the proceedings. And finally, before I turn it over to our chair, Chair Sayak, there is a gray or silver Mini Cooper in the parking lot. You have your lights on. So if that's your car, please go turn your lights off. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I apologize for the delay. I did have a commitment that I could not get out of. Thank you, Vice Chair Jensen, and thank you for everyone for your patience. I believe we are now about to start staff report. Is that correct? And I'm looking, there's quite a number of staff today. Who will be giving today's staff report?
Actually, I'm going to start off.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, SAOC, Planning Commissioners. This evening you have a very complex land use application before you, as you well know. Before beginning the staff presentation, I would like to spend a few minutes providing kind of that higher level 30,000-foot overview of this application and the value that it can potentially bring to our community. As I just mentioned, this is a complex application, and that's really the result of our complex times that we are experiencing. In the not-too-distant past, the real estate and development industry could predict with much greater accuracy the market needs. However, as we experienced over the last couple of years, site development proposals that seem to meet both market and community needs, and that the town spent considerable time reviewing and modifying to meet town policy, are now not being built because the lenders do not believe the market demand is sufficient and these parcels are sitting vacant and not benefiting either the property owner or the town. A great example is 15400 Los Gatos Boulevard that this Planning Commission approved for a mixed-use development of office, restaurant, and retail, and for now almost 2 years it's sat vacant. The complexity with the Albright Plan Development or PD zoning application is due to the need to create a zoning that potentially will allow multiple uses, including quality Class A campus office R&D space, residential uses, and senior continuum care uses. The recently adopted general plan places a high priority on each of these uses. Both the staff report and the applicant's justification letter reference related general plan goals and policies that support these three predominant uses that would be allowed under this PD. It's important to remember this is a PD, this is zoning. It's not site development at this stage. Now, focusing on the office and R&D use, the 21.6 acre site could result in redevelopment of the existing 250,000 square feet of Class C office space with 550,000 square feet of new Class A campus space that will serve as a corporate headquarters that will bring more higher paying jobs to the community, as well as other important financial benefits. And as this commission is now aware, via a letter in the desk item number 1, Los Gatos' own Netflix may be the future tenant for the site. This brings the added benefit of retaining one of the town's top employers. Preserving these 21.6 acres for office and R&D use, which is critically important given the town only has 2.6% of the entire 11,500 acres in the town are in office and R&D uses. And also creating that synergy that's needed to influence VTA, Valley Transit Authority, to fund the Vasona Light Rail extension. It's important to note that the 21.6 acre parcels represents 13% of the entire office and R&D acreage in the town. The residential and senior alternatives also bring value to the community. We consistently heard, as this commission heard, throughout the general plan update process that our community wants to age in place, and there are limited opportunities within the community. A mixed-use development of office and senior housing could serve both this desire and provide Class A office space for community needs. Finally, as the Commission is well aware, housing that will serve a variety of income levels and family composition is another important need in the community, as outlined in the general plan housing element, especially residential that's in close proximity to the future light rail extension. Finally, both senior and residential housing and new office R&D space will help the town maintain the current and ever increasing important job to housing balance, and thus benefit the greater Santa Clara Valley area by reducing commuting and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In some ways, this application takes both the Planning Commission and staff out of their comfort zones. Our development debates typically focus on 1, 2, and 3 stories, and as the application before you tonight is proposing 5 stories. 5 stories is a departure from our norms, and we all recognize that. However, you are seeing staff support principally due to the site's unique location. It's at the juncture of two of the major transportation routes in the town. It's in the heart of our controlled manufacturing zone, our industrial zone, if you want to say, adjacent to other larger corporate campuses, and most importantly, in ideal proximity to the Vasona Light Rail Station, future Vasona Light Rail Station. As noted in the VTA letter, Valley Transit Authority letter in desk item number 1, VTA supports the proposal since the site is currently served by bus transit, and is ideally suited for the future Vasona Light Rail. In fact, during the general plan update, VTA was lobbying heavily for the town to look at increasing densities in the Vasona Junction area to meet the future light rail needs. The higher buildings will also allow better use of the site for open space to provide amenities to serve future employees and meet the organizational and cultural needs of corporate users of high-end R&D space. As you'll soon hear from our planning staff, there are mitigation measures proposed that reduce any potential visual impacts of 5 stories. And staff would suggest the Planning Commission also consider the site's unique setting, as well as the needs of the the potential end users when evaluating this proposal. In conclusion, it's important to remember that this is only the beginning, and that if this is proved, the Planning Commission will have purview over future architectural and site applications, as well as the master design review standards that will dictate the design requirements for subsequent phases. Just to close with a comment that my boss made to me, as Apple is to Cupertino, Google is to Mountain View, and Facebook to Menlo Park, Los Gatos has been very fortunate to have Netflix as its high-tech corporate icon, and the development of this property can help ensure that its corporate facility needs are continued to be met within our community. So with that, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to introduce the staff team that's here tonight, because we know there will be lots of questions. So our principal planner on the projects are Jeff Bradley. He's with the Metropolitan Planning Group, and they're a consultant to the town. And then also Joe Paulson, who is second string back here, and he's our senior planner who was assisting Jeff. Our town engineer, Kevin Rohani, is here, as well as our contract engineer, Fletch Parsons. They'll be answering all engineering public works questions. The town's environmental consultants, Fritz and Valerie Geyer, are here to answer any questions on the mitigated negative declaration or the mitigation monitoring program. And finally, planning manager Sandy Bailey, town attorney Judith Propp, economic vitality manager Jessica Von Bork, and I are here to fill in as needed. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff for the staff presentation.
Good evening, Planning Commission Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Jeff Bradley with Metropolitan Planning Group out of Mountain View. We do have a number of desk items before you. There's 4 separate desk items, each of which have several attachments. We did have one additional letter come in after those were prepared, so I was going to hand that out now. Before you tonight is a proposal seeking a zoning approval that would expand the range of allowed uses on the property at the southeast corner of Winchester Boulevard and Highway 85. The purpose and role of the Planning Commission tonight is to review all of the available information before you, receive public testimony, and forward a recommendation to the Town Council on the requested changes to the plan development zoning for the property. This includes making a recommendation on no less than 4 different items: the mitigated negative declaration, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that has been prepared by staff, the proposed plan development ordinance, and the associated development agreement. This map shows the subject property, which is 21.6 acres. I'm just going to quickly walk through some of the surrounding land uses and features. Shown in blue, just to the north, is the future Vasona Light Rail Station, which of course is just south of the existing Netflix and associated Aventino development. Just to the east is the very popular Los Gatos Creek Trail. substantial frontage exists along Winchester Boulevard to the east, and of course Highway 85 cuts across the top of the property. To the, if we could go back, or actually, that's okay. Just to the south of the site is the Charter Oaks development that also has a frontage on the Creek Trail, and down in this corner is the County Fire Administrative Building. Across the street we have Courtside and the Smith Creek development. This aerial photo shows the existing development of the site. We find numerous buildings, mostly constructed in the mid-70s, predominantly single-story with some limited two-story. This portion of this building is two-story. This small building here is two-story. The remainder of the buildings are a one-story with predominantly surface parking. Access points are 2 points along Winchester Boulevard here, another driveway here. At the bottom edge of the screen there is a existing emergency access way off of Charter Oaks Drive. What you see there is approximately 250,000 square feet of existing space. This is an illustrative site plan that shows one of many possible development scenarios of the site. Specifically, the proposal seeks to attract a corporate headquarters type business within a high-quality Class A office environment. Class A refers to office buildings that are the most prestigious, competing for well-regarded office users with above-average rents for the market area. In combination with this, the zoning seeks the ability to provide the ability to respond to market demand for both multifamily and senior housing. Four scenarios were developed to provide a basis for the environmental review and this entitlement process. It's important to note that the actual allocation of uses could be different than the four scenarios, but could not exceed any of the maximums in terms of office square footage or residential density. The senior housing scenario would allow for all types of continuing care arrangements, everything from independent senior living to assisted living facilities. Scenario 1, which was shown in that first illustrative site plan, is what we call the all-office scenario, and involves removal of all of the existing buildings and construction of several new office buildings, resulting in a total of 550,000 square feet. However, because of the amount of existing office space on site, we refer to 300,000 square feet as being the net new amount of office space. Under scenario 2, several existing buildings would be removed and replaced with 200,000 square feet of new office space. This would result in a total of 341,000 square feet, or 91,000 net new. Scenario 3 involves 200,000 square feet of office space and up to 516 multifamily units. And this diagram simply shows one possible way that could lay out on the site. Scenario 4 is the senior housing scenario, and that involves 200,000 square feet of office space and up to 600 senior housing units. Staff has spent a lot of time analyzing neighborhood compatibility issues given the scale of this development. There are several features of the development that staff believes helps promote neighborhood compatibility of the proposed PD zoning. That includes lot coverage for all buildings limited to 50%, consistent with the existing CM zoning. The provision of greater setbacks along Winchester and Highway 85 as building heights increase over and above what would normally be required. An 80-foot setback from Charter Oaks and the Creek Trail property line for all buildings, regardless of height, to provide a substantial buffer, and retention of most of the existing mature trees along the perimeter of the property to provide visual screening within the immediate term. This diagram shows the relative heights that we're talking about. The maximum height in the CM zone is normally 35 feet. However, through the plan development process, applicants may request taller heights. The applicant is requesting approval for 5 stories and 85 feet, which is shown on the right there. Staff finds that this is justified at this location with excellent freeway and transit access due to high-tech corporate needs and associated community benefits. Staff is recommending approval of 70 feet, which is shown on the left, for senior housing due to the unique type of development this represents and the different forms it takes. 40 feet would be the limit for multifamily development, similar to the Aventino development behind the existing Netflix. There are mitigation measures in the initial study to address potential issues related to heights. During the A&S stage, architecture and site, developer would propose architectural elements and step backs to break up the apparent mass. Upper level floor areas would also be reduced in size in accordance with performance standard number 6, which requires that the upper floors have less square footage than the floors below them. There are several community benefits associated with the project and memorialized in the related development agreement, including incentive for VTA to prioritize extension of the Vasona Light Rail to Los Gatos, providing Class A office space in a desirable campus setting. The proposal attempts to capitalize on recent trends towards more vertical orientation of office space to accommodate fast-growing Silicon Valley businesses such as Netflix, allows for the retention of large corporate user, and the development agreement allows for and requires significant traffic, road, and public improvements. Other benefits to the town and the community include enhancements to the Los Gatos Creek Trail, providing an opportunity for senior living to provide high-quality senior living environment close to amenities, and also an opportunity to meet affordable housing goals through both the multifamily scenario as well as the senior housing scenario. This slide shows the staff's recommendations to the Planning Commission for your consideration. It's also listed in the staff report. I won't read through it all. Alternatively, the Planning Commission may make a recommendation to the Town Council for modifications to the proposal or forward a recommendation for denial if you find that's what the majority of the Commission believes. And I would also like to conclude there, but also mention that in addition to our staff contingent, we do have a significant turnout from the applicant's development team, and they are here basically in those first 2 rows and are also available for questions, and we'll be making a brief presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. The presentation that you're mentioning, is this separate or is this part of the staff report?
Separate.
Okay. Okay, at this time, Commissioners, do you have any questions of our staff? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have a couple of questions I want to ask. One is, although Netflix has been mentioned prominently, as I understand it, there is no commitment that Netflix will go in there. Is that correct?
I'm suggesting we let the applicant answer that question.
Well, I'm suggesting that since you told us your boss thought it was very important, I'm wondering how much of staff's input on this is premised on the fact that if we're going to have 85-foot buildings, it's for a reason. I wonder what the reason was. If you're not prepared to say that, fine, I'll go on to the next question.
Oh, I can, the staff support for the project is to create a high-tech campus environment that would attract a Netflix-type user or a similar user, or also to provide alternative residential and senior uses. So that's where the staff's support is behind the type of uses that are being proposed.
Okay, so there is no commitment for Netflix at the moment, nor does staff recommendation depend upon such a commitment.
Staff's recommendation does not depend upon it, and I cannot answer whether there's a commitment or not.
Okay, and the development agreement, which was just given to us this evening, at least the term agreement, apparently is for about a 20-year period, 15 plus 5, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the trigger that is involved in this, we start with 250,000 feet of office R&D, and we can wind up with 200,000 feet under the trigger mechanism. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we would have a reduction from the 2% that we were talking about instead of an increase.
The overall goal is to increase, but you're right, the trigger was established at 200,000 square feet of new commercial use or new office R&D use. At that point then, and 30 months after the effective date of this ordinance, the PD ordinance, then residential uses could be proposed and developed.
Okay, we just got this term sheet this evening, so I haven't really had a chance to digest it, but I do have a couple of questions that I want to ask staff. On page 1 of Exhibit 12, in paragraph 2A(I), it says, in the event the town completes the improvements described, then owner shall reimburse. What happens if the town does not complete the improvements in advance of the time?
Then this actually is a requirement of the mitigation monitoring program, and it's a mitigation measure, and that would have to be completed by the applicant.
And does that say that in the development agreement?
It says it in the, it's a mitigation measure, and it's required of the applicant. However, it's likely that the town will complete the improvement first, and then in that case, through the development agreement, the applicant would reimburse the town.
And
the town engineer can speak to that, but the project for the roadway improvements are currently slated to go along with the sports park development that is before the Planning Commission and Council this year.
So that would go in any event, is what you're saying, whether or not this project went forward?
Madam Chair, that is correct. That project is currently under design with the intention that we would have bid documents ready to bid and construction to begin toward latter part of this year.
Okay, and then another question, which is in paragraph 6 of the term sheet. When they talk about processing subsequent approvals and the scope of review, we've said this would be approval this evening if it's a recommendation or an approval in concept only. So I'm a little confused by the scope of review for the applicants, for applications for subsequent approvals. Could perhaps the town attorney could tell us what degree of latitude we would have if, in fact, there are vested elements?
What's before the Planning Commission tonight is the Plan Development Ordinance, and in that it speaks to issues regarding height and density. And those, if those recommendations are passed to council, and if council were to make a decision, then those would actually be vested elements under the development agreement. So when this project came back, those would be elements already determined when the architectural and site were reviewed.
So for 20 years, we would have an 85-foot limit. We would have the 200,000 square foot trigger. We would have 600 and some units of senior development possible. We have 500 possible units and 550,000 possible square footage. All that would remain in existence essentially as vested for 20 years.
So those would be alternatives that would be part of the right to develop as alternatives. There's still a maximum development area that can be, so it's not conceivable that you could do office, all of the senior, and all of the multifamily residential. It would be a combination not to exceed the area that's allowed to be developed for that parcel for a period of 15 years, and in the event that the applicant is in compliance with all the terms and conditions throughout that 14-year period, and in year 15, they would then request the town to extend the development agreement for an additional 5 years if they weren't completely developed out at that point due to the economy or business decisions that they made. And that extension would return to the town council.
Okay, but if you built 200,000 square feet of new building, in other words, tore down 250,000 square feet, you could, and did the rest in some form of residential, whether senior or normal residential, those two buildings could be as high as 85 feet?
That would be correct. The office R&D portions would be up to 85 feet, not the senior, not the residential.
At that point, we assume that wouldn't be a corporate headquarters campus. We'd have two buildings of 200,000 square feet total.
I'm sorry, the question was, we would not assume that to be a corporate headquarters campus?
I wouldn't at 200,000 square feet, no, would you?
Well, I think the existing Netflix campus is under 200,000 square feet, so, and that is a corporate headquarters, so I think we would consider that.
Well, I read their letter, and they're telling us gee whiz, they might have to move if they don't get this 550,000 square feet that they haven't committed to yet. Okay.
Commissioner Jensen.
I have two questions. One's a follow-up to Commissioner O'Donnell, one's totally different. With respect to the term sheet, my question is kind of the same as Commissioner O'Donnell, but I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. It's paragraph 3 on page 3 where it says vested elements. And the vested elements include the maximum height of the proposed buildings. So I understand that there's a vested right to potentially have a maximum of 85 feet. What I'm trying to understand is that if and when someone comes back with an architecture and site that's 85, would it still be within the discretion of the Planning Commission to say, well, you have a maximum for that, but for a variety of reasons, whatever they might be, the Planning Commission says, you know what, we don't want 85. Is the Planning Commission able to exercise that kind of discretion under this, or is it vested at 85 no matter what?
Generally, the way that a development agreement is designed is it would be a determination based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the final decision of the Town Council, were they to accept this term in the development agreement, that this applicant for the office and R&D structures would be allowed, and it would be within their discretion if they wanted to propose a project up to 85 feet.
And if I might add, if this were to be approved, subsequent to the approval and at the time of the first architectural site would be master development standard or design standards that would also then give the Planning Commission discretion over how that 85-foot building would look. So while it's vested in the height, that there is discretion as to how that looks.
So we could have a Mission Revival 85-foot building, but it has to be 85.
Up to 85.
Okay. And just my question on that. And now for something completely different. Community benefit. It's proposed in the staff report that one of the things that we should consider is that, I think it's also in the development agreement, that the potential occupant of this site would contribute $650,000, I think it is, as a community benefit. So I want to know where that money would go and what it would be used for, because oftentimes money contributed to community benefit funds seems to go into a black hole.
Madam Chair, the contribution of the developers for that 650,000, town has a number of projects that are on our priority list, but the top two that we project get approved, we would hope to fund it, would be at the proposed Los Gatos Creekside Sports Park off of University, kind of around the corner from this site. That would be the construction of a pedestrian bridge to access our new sports park to the Los Gatos Creek Trail. That would be a ped bridge north of the Wessona Dam. Also, we will be using the community benefit for improvements to the Los Gatos Creek Trail. That's the area north of Lark Avenue. Portion of that trail has been damaged and gets flooded on a regular basis, and we would be improving that trail. So those two of the key projects would be funded as a part of the community benefit.
Just for clarification, in the development agreement term sheet, it lists 5 priority projects, and that is under community benefit, section 2B, small double I, below the description of how much is going to be paid for, contribution for residential and senior housing. Those are the priorities that staff has identified. Certainly, Planning Commission would want to weigh in on that, as will Council. And while you mentioned that community benefit is not usually designated in most projects, in this one, the town intends to incorporate it as part of the development agreement, so it would be a binding contract term that those are the priorities to use the funding for. And then additionally, to the 650 up to the for the office R&D contribution, in the event that this developer were to at some time construct any of the residential or senior units, there would be additional community benefit based on the structure and the proposed DA terms.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioners? I actually have two questions. The first is, can you walk me through why this project is utilizing a development agreement? This is the first time in my 5 years that we've seen this. I see this almost similar to specific plans that we've done on previous plots. And so can you just briefly explain the difference between specific plan process that we have utilized and this development agreement process that we are proposing to utilize now?
So let me start by talking about the specific plan. Actually, the specific plan that is under process right now, that on the North 40, you're likely to see a development agreement with that too, very similar to the reason that this developer has asked for a development agreement. Under state law, it allows certainty for a developer that before they move too far into the project, they have a commitment that they're able to develop the project with certainty and not subject to changes in law, changes in council and policies, that they do have that certainty for, in this case, the proposal is 15 years. You're likely to see that again on the North 40 specific plan project, that applicant coming in and requesting a development agreement too for that certainty. And I'll defer to the Community Development Director to add anything to that discussion.
And I'm not sure if I could really answer why you haven't seen this before. Development agreements have been a tool that local governments have used for probably 15 years or so, wouldn't you say? Probably because we tend to have smaller infill projects. We don't typically have larger projects, and so this is generally associated with a larger project. That would be what is best of my judgment or call.
And then moving forward, there's been discussion about there are other review scenarios. One is architecture and site. So assuming it's approved here, it goes to town council, assuming approval there, what happens after that? Then a master plan comes forward, or is it individual buildings then at that point that come to us?
That is really up to the applicants, the property owner's discretion on how they want to process subsequent applications. We would anticipate it would probably be phased, and so you'd probably see a number of architectural and site applications. I think it's the applicant's desire that the master design standards that would be approved by the Planning Commission with the first architectural and site would be so specific that they would then delegate authority to approve subsequent phases to the Design Review Committee. That's totally up, again, to the discretion of this body in terms of a recommendation and then to the council ultimately. But that's how this has been laid out and been proposed.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell?
This probably is directed to Ms. Propp. On the North 40, we do use a specific plan, and that's roughly 40 acres. This is roughly 26 acres. Why is it we're using a PD on 26 acres?
I'll defer to the Community Development Director.
So the reason why the North 40, I'm going to answer that backwards actually. The reason why the North 40 is required to have a specific plan is because the general plan calls for that. The general plan identified the specific plan must be developed prior to development of the property. This property did not have that same requirement placed on it. So it's really to the town's discretion and the property owner's discretion to decide what type of application that they want to process. If the town felt the need to do a master planning process, then the town could require the preparation of a specific plan. But in this case, the town doesn't feel that that level of detail is needed, that between the plan development application and the master design standards, that that level of detail would be identified.
Let me just follow up. It's a fact, however, that when we did the general plan review, this project was not apparently in process or at least disclosed. So the fact that it's not in the general plan would only indicate that nobody knew about it. And I'm assuming that includes everybody. This is later. So I think looking at the general plan and taking comfort from that probably doesn't work. But to say that the town doesn't want it is certainly an answer.
Actually, the staff was first approached by the applicant probably 5 months prior to the approval of the general plan. So it was known at the time that the general plan was winding through its approval process.
Was that disclosed to the committee? I was on the committee. Perhaps my senior memory isn't good.
It was actually after the general plan committee had done most of the general plan update advisory committee had done most of their work. It was probably around this time, around May of 2010. So for the most part.
Was disclosed or it wasn't disclosed?
No, that the applicant approached the town. And generally, we do not, I don't want to say the word disclosed, we do not bring up to the commission or to the committee projects that are conceptual, that we've had discussions. We have lots of those. So it's not until we have an official application that we would generally make that be known.
Okay, I'm just saying that therefore its absence from the general plan is really of no significance, right?
Well, I'd say that the general plan is pretty specific in terms of the planning process for large parcels within the community. The general plan calls for plan developments on parcels that are greater than 40,000 square feet. And then the only location in town where a specific plan thus far has been required is the North 40. So I'm almost looking at the North 40 as more of an unusual case than the normal case. And probably it's because of the history of the property, the uses, and things like that.
Did Los Gatos Boulevard?
It has Los Gatos Boulevard plan. It's not a specific plan. It's more of architectural and policy statement, but I would not call that a specific plan, no. It doesn't. Specific plans tend to have financing mechanisms. They tend to have zoning information, development standards, and the Los Gatos Boulevard plan doesn't really contain those.
And if Commissioner O'Donnell would give me a chance to add to that explanation, that generally why you see specific plans is when the entire parcel is not controlled by one owner, and you don't know exactly who's going to develop and in what order they'll develop. You see that in the North 40 at the present time, that it's not all under the same ownership at this time, and you see that in a lot of communities that do specific plans, that they'll generally designate an area for specific plans so that no matter who owns the parcel, that there is some uniformity of planning, and as the community development director indicated, that it not only deals with the planning uses, but certainly when there is significant infrastructure that is required. In this case, this parcel is already developed out at a lower density, but has development, has infrastructure in it, whereas the North 40 is going to require a much more greater commitment by the developer and other landowners for infrastructure commitment, and the specific plan would provide that economic mechanism to make sure that the infrastructure is constructed in accordance with town rules.
I would just call to your attention the Guide to California Planning, which is provided to us by the town, and in particular page 212 of that, which describes the use of specific plans. I won't bother to read that to you right now, but you might want to look at that. Thank you.
I actually have a follow-up to that, Commissioner Johnson. Because this was not included in the last general plan we did, then it was also not included in the broader environmental impact report that we've done. So then Does this not require an EIR because it is not part of the general EIR that was done for the 2020 general plan?
I think probably our environmental consultants would be the best to address that question. I can tell you that the general plan EIR, and again, our consultants can probably do a better job, but I will say that our general plan EIR assumed there would be more R&D and office than what has been identified for the North 40, as well as more residential units, and they weren't site-specific. The general plan assumed that. So while you could say this application could possibly be absorbing that extra that has been identified, it was not site-specific. So, and I can't remember, and I'm not sure if Joel would have those numbers. You don't have those numbers, but I want to say roughly beyond the North 40, about 900,000 square feet. About 900,000 square feet of office R&D was assumed in the general plan, and it was not site-specific. We would assume it would be in our CM zone districts or the appropriate zone district for that type of use. And then roughly, housing units, Joel, it was about 1,500 total, 1,500 housing units that would be built within the town during that general plan period, which would be 10 years. So while this site specifically was not identified as that location, the EIR analyzed the impacts generated on a global scale, not a site-specific scale, but on a global scale of that much development.
Okay. I understand that it's not site-specific, but when we approved the EIR at that time, we were told this was the universe. This is the maximum that we're anticipating. And we put all the projections that we knew was coming down the pipeline. So assuming that those maximums that are in our pipeline are there, and then you have this unknown coming in, that then just bumps it up, and who's analyzing the environmental impacts from that?
So when we did not assume, our assumptions were not based on what was in the pipeline. Our assumptions were based on analysis of underutilized land, needs, ABAG projections. Many different factors went into analyzing and determining what we projected our industrial or R&D and residential growth would be. It wasn't what was in the pipeline. That's factored in, but that's really factored in as we look at that more as existing if it's in the pipeline, just as we do with traffic generation.
Commissioner Jensen and then Commissioner Erickson.
Actually, I have a general plan question that's sort of following up on that. Then I have unrelated questions. Can I ask those? Okay. With respect to the general plan, along with Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Ogle, we were on the general plan committee, and one of the things that we spent a lot of time doing was designating properties for low-income housing. We discussed a senior element in senior housing. And so I don't understand why, if one of the potential community benefits and one of the things that we're considering is potential residential units up to 600 senior housing units, why this property, because I know that we talked about properties that were potentially going to be developed, the courthouse site, or whatever it was, and then we went through the whole calculation. So I'm just curious why this site wasn't called out and designated.
At the time, I think that and I wasn't involved in the early stages. I wasn't here at the town at the early stages identifying properties for housing, but I believe that we looked at areas that were underutilized, and I don't think that staff assumed this was necessarily underutilized. So we looked at underutilized parcels. We looked at probably parcels that were on the boulevard because that's where we assumed redevelopment would occur predominantly. It just wasn't something, the only industrial site that I know of that we did identify was South Bay, which is north of the existing Netflix site. Is that correct, Joe? Yeah. So it just wasn't on our list of sites to look at for affordable housing.
So 2 height questions, and that's it. The first height question is, what is the tallest building currently in Los Gatos?
Let me confer with staff. we debated it's either Penthouse or Netflix. We think it's probably Netflix at about 55 feet.
And those are the two that are over 35, basically, right? Penthouse and Netflix.
They're definitely over 35. I don't know if those are the only two. I would guesstimate they're probably the only two over 40 for sure. Would that be? Yeah.
And this is kind of a related question and kind of not, but as a follow-on from the comments that were made regarding the Swanson Ford site, Los Gatos Boulevard in Blossom Hill, several commissioners commented that there were no story poles for our second iteration, and in this instance there are no story poles, and I read what the explanation was in the staff report, and I'm wondering whether staff has complete discretion to allow a developer not to put up story poles. I could see where 85-foot poles and netting might be complicated, might be expensive, but certainly it would have an impact on the public driving by there to see an 85-foot netting, and I wonder why it wasn't put up.
We're going to verify, but the town policy for story poles is that there is the planning community development director does have discretion to look at alternative means of depicting what the scale and mass of the buildings are, and especially if the story poles cause a hardship to the site or impacts the health or the safety of the area. That is also where we don't encourage story poles to be installed.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Erickson?
I'm going to return to be sure I was understanding Ms. Rooney's explanation in response to Chair Sayak's question about the EIR for the general plan. So if I followed the stream of answers, the broad assumptions about potential future development that were analyzed in the EIR for the general plan were predicated on underutilized properties in the town. And so that was how one arrived at what one needed to arrive at to do that. Subsequently, and if I understood the earlier explanation, that you said that the reason why this likely wouldn't have an additional potential environmental impact because the additional development of this property that's now contemplated could be absorbed in those. But then in the answer to Commissioner Jensen, you indicated that this was not a property which you considered underutilized.
So
and so therefore I can't get to the conclusion that the additional impact of further developing this property might not have a significant environmental impact that was not in fact anticipated in the environmental impact review for the general plan.
So we're talking two different land uses here. We were talking R&D, office R&D, and we're talking housing sites. And when I mentioned underutilized, I mentioned housing sites. That's how we looked at to determine where our affordable housing overlays would be applied, were to either vacant or underutilized properties. In terms of the R&D and office, again, I said that was the assumptions that were made, and we believe it's somewhere around 900,000 square feet beyond the North 40. Those assumptions were based upon ABAG projections of what our jobs would be. The ABAG comes out every 2 years with projections of jobs and housing. So our consultants took our jobs projections as well as vacant land. They looked at some vacant land, and they made projections that the town would build sometime within the 10-year period around 900,000 square feet of office R&D would be developed within the town. So it wasn't based on underutilized. I think they looked at vacant properties, and they looked mostly at ABAG projections to determine what would need to be done, or what would realistically be developed within the town.
Okay, so if I understood what you just said, they looked at the jobs projections and vacant land to get to that. This property was not vacant.
I understand. And if you look at the entire community, you have to make assumptions because there isn't enough vacant land to accommodate 900,000 square feet. You have to make assumptions that there's going to be redevelopment of land. That's just a given. We don't have enough vacant land within the community to meet that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Telspar.
Yeah, a comment. First of all, a comment about the story poles. I know that with a project this size, there are other ways of showing us a visual, and it doesn't always have to be story poles, but it certainly could be a model. And I think because this is such a large project, that would apply here. That's just my opinion. The visuals we have in our packet really do not give you the idea of what this probably would look like. So I would just suggest that for future. But I did want to get back to, and also I was curious if you could answer, and I know that there can be a choice, but if with a project this size, why this wasn't taken to CDAC, conceptual design, before Planning Commission. And the reason is because we would have heard not only from planning commissioners, but also from council.
The reason why it wasn't taken to CDAC, it's the applicant's discretion.
I understand that, and so they were not encouraged to, other than
I'm
they
sure
just
that
said no.
in our early discussions, we probably talked about that.
Okay. So I just want to have another question at the detail about the community benefit on page 3. It's a V, it's a V. And it's Exhibit 12. It says design and construction of very low-income housing, and well, let me read out the town shall use a community benefit contribution to fund all or a portion of the following public improvements agreed upon by owner and town council. And V is designing and construction of very low-income housing and or affordable senior housing within the town. Can you tell me where that would be? It would not be on this site, but it would be somewhere else?
It depends on the type of housing. If it's senior housing, the guidelines do allow for off-site because it's difficult at times to, depending on the type of senior housing, it's difficult to do our BMP program because of the various types of care and living environment to meet that care need. So that could be off-site. This is actually would be in addition to the BMP requirements, so this would be anything beyond 20%. And that would be that would be most likely provided on-site. If it was the multifamily uses or the residential uses, the non-senior uses would most likely be provided on-site. Because it is a development agreement and it's beyond the existing town requirements, it could be the town would have discretion to require that or have that committed off-site.
Okay, and then 2 follow-ups to that. A detail is senior housing is at what age?
55, is that state law now? Yeah. 55 is state law.
And then in the report and some follow-up information about senior housing, it was senior housing without assisted living in part of it, and then later on it's mentioned that it would include assisted living. So which is it?
I'll defer that to our planning staff.
Generally speaking, the senior housing component is requesting approval for the full range of senior housing types, often referred to as a continuum of care, everything from independent living apartments or condos to assisted.
Okay, thank you for that clarification because it was in conflict with what I read. Thank you.
Commissioner Jensen?
Sorry, I just wanted to find out if you learned the answer to staff discretion on story poles.
The community development director does have discretion. They can grant exceptions to the policy based on written letter of justification from the applicant and if exceptional circumstances exist. And the exceptional circumstances in this case would be the fact that we do believe that 85 feet could create health and safety issues. That's really tall for trying to erect a story pole. Just today, Sandy and I were on the site, and it's rather heavily occupied. So that would also create some potential concerns from a health and safety standpoint, because there's a lot of traffic and there's a lot of occupants presently on the site. And then lastly, it would be, we did discuss floating balloons, which I think was done with the Netflix, but that's a really difficult thing to do because it's really weather dependent. And so we instead recommended that they post, and they did. We went out to the site and looked that they posted very large public notices on the frontage, 2 of them on the frontage of Winchester, and then I believe 1 on the frontage of the trail, to advertise that the site was under consideration.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. At this time, we will open the public input, the testimony. The first speaker will be our applicant. You will have 5 minutes. That's Mr. John Shank. After which, anyone in the public who would like to speak on this project, I just ask that you submit a speaker's card. I have several before me, but during that time, if you could just go ahead, if you would like to speak, go ahead and submit one. And you will have 3 minutes, and then afterwards you will have another 3 minutes for closing. Okay.
Thank you very much. I will speak quickly because I thought I may have a few more minutes, so forgive my speed. But good evening, Chair Sayak and Commissioners. My name is John Shank. My address is 700 Emerson Street in Palo Alto. I'm here this evening as the applicant and owner's representative. I'm very pleased to present the application for this PD rezoning, along with its associated mitigated negative declaration and development agreement. I want to thank the town staff who's here tonight, as well as our team, as there's been just a lot of work over the past almost year in analyzing this application very comprehensively. And I thought I'd just almost reintroduce myself. It was about 8 years ago that I stood before you in the community and laid out a vision for the Los Gatos Gateway project, which is the current Netflix in Aventino community. And in that meeting, or in those meetings, and during that time frame, we talked about the benefits of transit-oriented development, a bit in the hypothetical, because it hadn't existed in town yet. And we talked about the appropriateness of the type of quality homes that were offered at the time, and the critical need for the town to have Class A office in its larger configuration as it exists now for Netflix. And, as we had envisioned at that time, the approval allowed Netflix to stay in town, and the town to realize many benefits in that it allowed residents in town to have a housing product type that didn't exist before, and it also allowed people to move to town closer to jobs, et cetera. By being able to offer Class A offices, the approval resulted in a lot more than the substantial sales tax revenues that the towns enjoyed, because it was able to keep Netflix. It was able to attract other businesses to town by putting Los Gatos on the map in terms of being an attractive place for a corporation to reside. The project has paid substantial property taxes, benefiting the school districts and the fire department, the town directly, as well as many other agencies that participate in those taxes. And the entitlement also showed the town's commitment to intensifying ridership near the terminus or future terminus of the Vasona Light Rail line. The application that you have before you, what we've been working on for so long, is very similar in that it presents the same kinds of opportunities to create a world-class transit-oriented development, the ability to offer new Class A office to corporations that doesn't exist in town today, and to add to the diversity of the housing stock that's within the community. The proposed rezoning does permit, and I think you've covered it. Actually, I'll skip this part because of my time. I was just going to go over the square footages and the and/or scenarios, that it's not cumulative across all product types. The application in front of you lays out a zoning framework within which we will work in developing specific projects to bring back to you at a future time. This is a zoning, and we can talk about the zoning specific plan later if you like. And the reason, let me talk on the height for a minute. The reason we've asked for the height is to be responsive to what corporations are looking for today. Especially in the Silicon Valley, companies are looking for the ability to have employees in one building for efficiencies, for greater interaction between employees and employee groups. The verticality it creates more green spaces, more opportunities for us, in our specific case, to save more trees and have greater landscape and a lot more light within the workplace, the work environment, which makes it more healthy, more attractive to the employees. And at the end of the day, the corporations often are looking for world-class headquarters campuses with these kinds of buildings because they need to attract the quality employees who get to pick if they want to go to Menlo Park and work with Facebook or Mountain View and Google, et cetera. And Netflix wants to be able to compete on that basis. We are committed, and I think it shows up somewhere in here, but definitely committed to preserving the perimeter green veil of trees that are mentioned in the arborist reports and in the staff report that exist to, in a way, veil this site from Winchester Boulevard as well as the existing Charter Oaks community that's on the south side. There are a lot of traffic improvements that we're committed to performing in conjunction with our project. And in addition to those, we have a substantial community benefit offering that totals a little over $1.5 million targeted at some specific traffic kinds of improvements or in the intersection there, the community benefits that relate to what the town engineers brought up, as well as, I'm out of time.
Why don't you go ahead and finish that thought, and then I'm sure you'll have lots of questions.
Well, we believe it's a very healthy set of community benefits in recognition of what our project would allow in terms of what the zoning would allow to happen there.
Thank you. As I said, projected, there's lots of questions. Commissioner O'Donnell and then Commissioner Jensen.
Let me first say we appreciate that prior project, and we particularly appreciate Netflix. Netflix has been very, very good with this community. And in fact, if Netflix were before us tonight saying they wanted to build or occupy 550,000 square feet, it might make our job easier. But instead, you are before us saying, well, maybe they aren't going to do it. And gee whiz, if they don't do it, then maybe I'm going to put in senior housing, and maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm going to put in residential, and maybe I'm going to do some portion of all those things. And I want 85 feet because these corporations need that, but maybe I'm not going to put these corporations in. So if I recall the Sobrato Netflix situation, Sobrato hadn't been approved. Maybe I'm misremembering. Sobrato had his project approved when it became apparent that Netflix needed some help, which the town gave Netflix. This is a reverse situation where it sounds like you need some help, and then maybe Netflix is going to go there. So I guess what I'm more interested in is not Netflix, because I think Netflix is great. I'm more concerned that Netflix doesn't go there. And we give you a 20-year pass to do all these kinds of things that we really don't know what we're doing yet. And apparently, with all due respect, you couldn't possibly know. You know better than I do. But I mean, it would be asking too much of you to predict with a crystal ball. That's why you want a development agreement. So could you kind of help to guide me through, if we assume what you're assuming, that you don't want to take a risk, you don't want to come in and say, this is 550,000 square feet of this use. You don't want to take that risk. So you don't have enough confidence that Netflix really needs it. I've got a letter here from Netflix says they do. Realize it's not binding. So if you're not willing to take that risk, you want us to give you a pass on two other uses which are not really very clear to us, or a combination of those two other classes. So I'm going to give you an opportunity now to have a few more minutes to try to lead us through that.
You bet. Thank you for that. It's a very good question. And just to kind of I'll give a little broader, maybe a broad explanation in that I think it is interesting to see how my answer has evolved over the past 6 to 9 months. In that when we started out, we began with a blank slate and wondered what are the right uses. With the ownership, it became, frankly, poor timing that we started out at the tail end of the general plan rather than the beginning of the general plan. But that's just how we finally thought, well, let's consider what should happen here. These buildings are a little older. potentially, arguably functionally obsolete or getting there, and what would the next 40 years look like, or what should it look like? And we came up with the three uses: the office, the residential, and the seniors, and thought, those are great uses. We'd like to begin a process to begin a dialogue with the community around those uses. And over this period of time, in negotiations and discussions and dialogues and negotiations with staff around what are those right uses and proportions of uses, et cetera. The uses have been refined. We have triggers, there's minimum amounts of office, et cetera. And the other thing that's happened is Netflix has been looking in and watching the process and saying, Mr. Schenk, when do you think this could actually happen? Because they have their own timing needs for, their hiring, and they have their own projections about space needs. And it became a reality for them that, hey, well, if this were to go forward, that would be very interesting. So we began a separate dialogue with them that has culminated just specifically on Netflix. We, as of a week ago, after months and months of negotiations, et cetera, do have a signed letter of intent. It's very robust. That is their, it's a two-way deal. Still not the lease, but we're now, in a way, just down to documenting the agreement that we already have. The reason that even to Netflix these other uses are vitally important is that even to them, in the future years, they don't know with certainty, will they need all 550,000 square feet of space, just as we don't. So the pass is really, from my perspective, it's kind of twofold. One is, let's have a discussion around, because I do believe high-density housing and housing against Charter Oaks is it of appropriate size, if that's where it goes. Senior serving residential, as well as the office, are great uses for this site, just as the residential and the offices are great uses over the freeway there. And with the mix of uses, we think over this period of time, as markets move, things change, needs change, we want that flexibility to move on to a senior project, a residential project, if the project's not built out with office. But that's where we're headed. And that's also why, the triggers are in place to ensure that the office goes first, that there is that 200,000 square feet of minimum new space.
I'm looking at the letter of May 10th from Netflix.
Yes.
And on the second page, the first paragraph, I think it's saying what you're saying, but I just want to read it to you and make sure that's the case. It says, specifically like other high-tech corporations, we need a critical amount of office space, in this case, 550,000 square feet, and the ability to grow into high-quality 5-story buildings. So I assume that, first I read that to mean they needed 550,000 square feet. Now you're telling me, and it could be, that's what it means, I'm not quarreling. It means we'd like to have up to 550,000 feet that eventually we might move into. I mean, they'd start with something and then move into something else.
That's correct. I think it's other than the Facebook move in Menlo Park where they took down 1 million square feet at once, very rare for a company to take and lease and occupy 500,000 square feet at one shot. The idea is, from my own perspective, I'm not speaking for Netflix. I want to make sure that's clear. But from my perspective, and as a developer who's worked with a lot of these companies, the idea for them is, hey, if we're going to stay and drop our taproot, if you will, and be here, we need to know we can continue to grow. If it's one more building, one more thing, and on the extreme of this example is they've leased 3 buildings in the area, one on Knowles, 2 in this existing park, because they're wanting to preserve the opportunity to stay. They're hopeful that this process turns out well from their perspective. But if they can't end up fulfilling their vision of a campus, they need to find some other place.
Well, then if I understand you correctly, in for a dime, in for a dollar, if you get Netflix in, you're going to provide the ability for them to expand into 550,000 square feet. To do that, we don't have any other uses on the property.
You sound like their broker. Yes, that is exactly correct. No. But that would be their bargain, right? They would say, hey, we're going to come over and start in X square feet, and we need the ability to control our destiny. And as the landlord, we would grant them that right. Doesn't mean that in year 5, 10, 14, they haven't built out exercised all of their options, and we say, and they move on, they just stop growing, whatever it is. What do we do with that remnant piece? And our vision is, and we want to have a shared vision with you, that maybe that continues to be office for somebody else or some other purpose, but if not, it's a whole lot of office in one spot, and we thought flexibility around being able to provide housing or senior serving residential. I like to just call it residential, by the way, because I think it's residential, and some people wonder, well, why do you call out seniors separately from housing? But from a zoning perspective, I think they're very different uses. But we think those other uses ought to be approved so that we can consider them at that time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Actually, I have a follow-up to that.
Yes.
One of the arguments made, I can't remember if it's verbally or in staff report, is that you want to attract corporate headquarters, plural, not just Netflix. And there's an assumption that if you bring in almost like your anchor, like Netflix, and others will come. So then that's yet another argument for keeping $550,000 just of office and forgoing the residential and the multifamily and the senior. I'm still having a hard time. Why would you have that 30-month trigger to turn into residential if you're telling us that by placing Class A corporate headquarters, there will be more opportunities for not only the town, but for other companies that are looking for a place, a campus, something close by Netflix?
You bet. I think there's probably a little word play there. And speaking of headquarters, I would refer to Netflix headquarters, not as multiple companies' headquarters. Instead of saying Netflix headquarter, I would say. So I think what I'm talking about, and the purpose of the headquarters campus, is for a tenant. It would certainly be designed in such a way that if it weren't for one tenant, it could work for multiple single building users or even other uses. But the intent of it and the design and the money that'll get put into designing something, not exactly that, but with a large campus feel and environment, is to attract that corporate user. In large part because it's such a unique use. We feel that it's a unique use in this town and in this submarket that will be successful in attracting that kind of company. It's also it's too big, I would say, too big a bet around just saying, you know what, all we want is 550,000 square feet of office because we think the whole thing should be that much. We think there is a great argument there, and we believe in that as an option, but also think if it ends up being 300,000 square feet of corporate campus headquarters, quality buildings, et cetera, that not having to find users to fill out that much more square footage would allow us to go on and do something else that, again, back to the beginning of what I was sharing, I believe firmly that trans-oriented development and this kind of housing opportunity and the kind of idea that maybe there's enough acreage here to do something really fantastic for seniors, I think those are great uses. Now, the reality is we've agreed to triggers that are not just timing, they're also, we've got to seed the park, if you will. With Netflix, they will control their destiny through their lease to option enough of the park to make sure that they can achieve their goals, as would any other large tenant that we would be talking to. But today, with the LOI, it is Netflix. So I wouldn't want to say we think there's multiple headquarters that we're going for. It's really a headquarters. But if it's not built out completely, not to say we wouldn't build it out completely, but we think it'd be appropriate to have an opportunity to pursue one of those other uses.
Commissioner Jensen?
You bear with me while I beat a dead horse.
Is that me?
No, not you. It's the issue. Different dead horse. You have gone back and forth in your letter of justification and standing here tonight and said generic corporate headquarters, Netflix, generic corporate headquarters, Netflix. So I just want to know, speaking of too big a bet, is Netflix conditioning its lease of this property on an approval of this zone change from the Planning Commission and the Town Council, because I have done planning in Los Gatos for a really long time, and I have been told we never consider the occupant if we're just thinking about a use. It's actually inappropriate, et cetera, et cetera. We've been given a speech today about how we need to get Netflix because it's such a great company, and I'm not saying that's not, but I'm saying that's highly unusual. So if my decision tonight is supposed to be based upon Netflix, I want to know if Netflix is conditioning its decision based on what happens here. Have they committed to this property, or are they waiting to see what happens?
They are, sorry, I was waiting for you to turn that off. They're waiting to see what happens. It's very important to them to be able to fulfill their vision for what their headquarters wants to be in terms of type of building and amount of square footage. And just so you, and I apologize for what may, you may have not just called me out on being a flip-flopper or something, but part of it goes to, I anticipated a year ago, not maybe to the day, but a year ago being in front of you talking about the reasons why I believe that office complex is the right thing to zone and to allow, regardless of name.
So I'm not calling you out on being a flip-flopper. I'm calling you out on being very studied, ambiguous responses. So I'm going to, so just so you know that your response to me means that my decision is not going to be influenced by whether it's Netflix or not, because it needs to be based upon planning, because Netflix isn't committed to this until I make a decision. At least that's my perspective on it. So now I'm going to go back to the generic corporate headquarters, and I had to say I was interested in your letter of May 5th, and on page 4 you're talking about the height, and I'm interested in the height because it's extraordinary for Los Gatos. And you cite to, I guess it's a book, a pamphlet, a planning document, Understanding Silicon Valley, and then you quote, I quite enjoyed this.
The serendipitous, yes.
The enhances the serendipitous contacts. Okay, so if I'm going to enhance serendipitous contacts, why do I need 85 feet? I've heard you say, well, generic corporate headquarters want them to be tall so they can have lights, so they can go up and down. But is there, aside from the fact that Facebook and Google, I presume from your answers, might have 5-story buildings, and Netflix wants to have 5, provided that they come in if we do what they want, is there any other reason to have 5 stories?
It's what it really is, I think, from the serendipitous contact points, as well as what are the other companies doing, they're designing bigger buildings. And the reason they want bigger buildings is it's more opportunity for groups to get together, the touch points in the various cafeterias or break rooms or whatever they are within a building. People just don't go communicate between buildings as much as you may think or maybe a perception. The employees seem to stay within a building. One thing Netflix has found specifically in their current 2 buildings there, their headquarters, is that the addition of the bridge, which came at the end of one of the last approvals through the numerous approvals we received on that project, it's been one of the greatest amenities they could ever have, because it really starts to function more like a building. It's not quite a building because it's just on one floor, et cetera, but just trying to bridge that floor together, they've realized there's more connectivity, and that's very important. Yahoo's new campus in Santa Clara has been designed, I think they're 8 stories and 250,000 square foot buildings, and there's multiple of them, et cetera. But the idea is bigger buildings are better from that standpoint. They're also more efficient, because they're more efficient, they're more energy efficient. And the reason that a company like a Netflix wants 5 floors instead of maybe wider buildings and shorter is that you get more light. It's a better work environment because the glass to floor ratios are better in a more vertical environment than a more horizontal environment.
Changing gears dramatically, I would like to get some more information about what your proposed enhancements to the Creek Trail would be. So as a frequent user of the Creek Trail, I'm wondering how my experience would be enhanced by an 85-foot building. So what are the enhancements that you're planning?
Well, I think what we're referring to is a concept. We don't have a specific plan there yet. It's something that we would come back with and talk to the community about and talk to you all about. The idea is, as I walk the creek trail behind our property today, I find it not very enjoyable. Very minimal landscape. There's parking lots and building walls, 25 feet away maybe, flat concrete. There's not much there. With our big setbacks, with a new landscaped perimeter, et cetera, we're not proposing to do things on the Water District property, but along our side. We just think there's an opportunity to create real landscaping. Maybe there's a little dugout area for seating. I don't know. There's ideas that are floating around. But again, without a project, I don't have specifics yet. But there is, through those words and through I'll call them the design criteria, there's a commitment to work with the community, with the Planning Commission on what happens where the properties come together back there. And I kind of think anything we do will be an enhancement.
One other topic. In a different life, I do a lot with transit-oriented development and compact developments. And normally those are, the ones that I see are residential. And sometimes they have, for example, ground floor retail. You essentially develop criteria for the transient-oriented, assuming that the residents or the workers are either going to be able to come on transit or leave on transit. And as you probably are aware, people have researched and figured out that it's more important to be able to arrive to your workplace on transit than to walk from your residence to transit. So I'm wondering if you put in the residential as opposed to the office or senior housing, how do you see this enhancing the transit opportunities if you're just going to put residents in there and you're not going to have any kind of synergy with the workplace? And a related question is, since you've been negotiating with Netflix, and I'm not assuming they're going to go here, do you have any idea how many people in the Aventino development work for Netflix?
Just because I'm remembering it, I'll start at the end and work backwards. No. I don't know how many Aventino residents work at Netflix. I don't know that. We have asked in our zoning language that would be in the plan set, I believe that's where it would be, is that we would be, in the office environment, be permitted to also have campus serving retail, I'll call it. Some services that would support the people who work there. Maybe it's a dry cleaner drop-off, maybe there's, I don't know what there is. There may be some of those kinds of things, ancillary, not open to public, but open to the employees serving retail to maybe help serve some of that function of people who may not drive to work, may come to work in other ways. The residential, I am not the expert. I understand that there is, I've heard arguments that residential is great for transit-oriented ridership, and I've heard arguments that the office is great. So I kind of like both. The senior, I don't see as a great transit-oriented development. I think being near transit for the senior project is a great amenity to the senior, probably not tons of ridership derived from the senior. The vision for senior started, frankly, with when we looked at the project as a blank slate, and on a 20-acre basis, thought something very special could happen here on the senior basis. The Hyatt Classic concept of something like Palo Alto could be here and enhanced and bigger, et cetera. That's where the vision started in our minds a while ago. And with that, it resonated with me that something senior-ish in this community would be great. So it's remained as a use because I think it's a great use. I don't have a strong connection to the transit-oriented development with the senior in my mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Sayak.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
We obviously have a number of questions. We'll have to listen to everybody, and then we have to talk among ourselves and make a decision. But one of the things that has concerned me here, too, is the development agreement. I understand why people want development agreements. I even understand why sometimes the government wants development agreements. But here, there doesn't seem to be, well, I'm having difficulty understanding the major commitment that must be made by you to ensure that we give you the development agreement. In other words, as I understand it, your trigger is 200,000 square feet of new office space. New office space can be brand new or it can replace existing office space. as I understand it. In other words, it says new, and I've only seen the term sheet tonight. But you've got 250,000 square feet. Assume you tear down something of that, and you add 200,000 square feet. You now have a 20-year license, or everybody says 15, but I'm going to assume it's 20, because you're going to do a good job, et cetera, 20 years, to lock us into things that we can't predict. And when the codes change, the laws change, the uses change, we have a contract with you, and it basically says, no, we're going to do what we told you 15 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever. The price of admission for that ought to be significant, and it may be. But what is the price of admission for us to enter into development? I've heard the $1.5 million, but the $1.5 million, all of these benefits that the $1.5 million goes to, as near as I can tell, will enhance your park. In other words, you want a bridge that will help the trail behind you. That trail, I think, will help your park. I'm calling it a park, industrial park or whatever. The intersection that is being improved, absolutely essential, I think, for your development. We wouldn't need it. Maybe we would need it, but arguably you wouldn't need it without that. So I'm asking you to help me think about what is it we're getting, we the town, for giving you a 20-year commitment for things you don't understand and we don't understand, the future.
It's a good question. I'll start at a kind of a base level. That's a very important level, but I believe that the zoning we've requested in and of itself provides the potential for great community benefit. If we never exercise anything and 20 years later we haven't done anything, well, neither here nor there. But to the degree, and what we're taking on is a commitment to begin with the redevelopment of the park with new Class A office. The idea that we would take on tearing down existing buildings, building significant investment of new capital to build new buildings, find the new tenants, et cetera. We now know that we have Netflix working on this. It's a big deal to undertake the redevelopment of a property, especially a park, because once you start, it's hard to not finish. And because you get incongruous uses kind of thing. You want to know that there's a plan to go through the whole property. It's the ownership's commitment that that's our vision as well. We want to go through and redevelop the park over time. It's not going to happen day one. There's existing leases out there. We can't do it all today. So the idea of the development agreement is twofold. One is it allows us, assuming we reach agreement that we share this vision, that we can go through and redevelop the park over time. There's some leases today that go out another 5-6 years. They may even have options. I'm not sure right now, but to go out over time. And the idea that we would start and then maybe have the rules change, if you will, from our perspective. We don't want you to keep going. We want to do something else there. We're halfway in, if you will. Vitally important is, and in this case to Netflix, but to any tenant that may come into the park in the future or now, is that they know they can execute on their business plan throughout the park as well and not have the rules changed on them. They build 2 buildings and then all of a sudden they can't build the 3rd building or the 4th building or whatever it is because they don't have, the development agreement didn't lock in that zoning entitlement. Does that help?
Yeah, I just find it interesting, though, that one of your phrases is, we get to look to the existing rules, but if they become more beneficial, then we can look to those rules. So it's heads you win, tails we lose.
Not necessarily. The idea there is, and it is, I would say that's a very standard phrase or section or paragraph in a development agreement. The idea is the community today felt it's very important to have this hurdle, I'll say. I don't know what may change, but a particular hurdle. And in the future, the community says, not so important. We're going to get rid of that. The idea is, well, 10 years from now, if that hurdle's removed unilaterally by the town, why would we be held to an old rule that the town's decided is no longer applicable? And that's the reason. The benefit is, well, what if it goes the other way? And so that's where I wouldn't say it's a heads, tails situation on you remove something. The benefit is that the rules don't change as we go forward in time. That is fair. I don't perceive it the same way going if the town changes something to lower a hurdle, if you will. Sure.
Mr. Schenk, your argument right now, it makes sense to me when you have one use, one land usage on the property. What I'm grappling with is you're giving us almost a menu of options that you may do in the next 20 years. And as planners, the reason why we have the general plan, the specific plan, is that we need to know where our town is going the next 20 years. And in our last general plan that has been widely circulated and had heavy public input, we designated this is where residential's going, this is where multifamily, and it's given really the community an opportunity to say, hey, our schools are overcrowded, this is where the severe impacts are going to be. And I feel like I'm blindsided now because we may have 516 more units coming in, and I don't know where those kids are going to go to school. So if I don't know exactly what we will be seeing over the next 20 years with your property, I still don't have that confidence to sign a developer's agreement giving you benefits, but us some uncertainty. So as a planner, you need to give me more of, I still don't have anything that gives me any confidence that we as a town can absorb whatever it is we're going to need to absorb based on how you develop your property.
Part of me looks at this similar to the general plan, minus a lot of the robustness of the analysis because you were looking at the entire town and everything else. In that, through the general plan, you designated sites for, hey, that would be a good site for residential. Doesn't mean it ever happens there. It's a vision for where land uses would be preferred. It's the town's expression of its desires, and et cetera. Because this site wasn't considered, I don't know that what we're proposing is adverse to the town's goals or vision. I happen to think by reading all of the language that's in the Vasona Light Rail Corridor, having gone through the previous development in its application and looking at the conformance with the general plan, et cetera, at the time, and I know this is a new general plan, but in terms of the Vasona Light Rail area, the language didn't change dramatically in terms of the town's goals and visions for the area. That mixed-use transitory development is a good thing there. While not mapped out and considered previously, I believe, the language supports that these are good uses there. I can't help with, and I understand the angst around, we just did the general plan and we didn't think about this site. In 5 years from now, as the general plan ages, if you will, it becomes more frequent that new ideas come in that weren't considered by the general plan. But today it feels a little more, I hear the angst around, wait, we just did this and now here comes this new idea on a large parcel. But I don't see it as in conflict with anything that's in the general plan.
Commissioner Ogle?
Just as a sort of a follow-up to that, I guess my problem is you say it's a vision, but I'm not quite sure it's a vision of. It's a vision of maybe 550,000 square feet, but if that doesn't quite work out, it's a vision of 250,000 square feet and some senior housing. If that doesn't quite work out, it might be a vision of this. So I'm having a hard time getting my arms around it. There are so many bets being hedged. I'm having a hard time getting my arms around what the 20-year vision of it would be, because you just now mentioned 550,000 square feet and in the same paragraph mentioned mixed use. And so I'm still lost, sorry.
Fair. And right on that last point, because I'm good on the last point and going backwards, it would have been a misstatement other than maybe that retail ancillary use I was referring to in a campus environment. That at 550,000 square feet of office, there would not be mixed use. So sorry for that confusion. Maybe the way to think of this is if we could roll back 2 years and be thinking about the general plan and its sites and everything else, and without a specific project in mind, as you were going through identifying residential sites or other sites for future capacity or future growth, we had discussed this site with this concept in mind, that it be transit-oriented, mixed-use potential on this site for more office of a Class A headquarters quality and type, that in the preference would be that it all be that office component. But if the markets didn't prove out where all 550,000 square feet of office were built, that we were also okay with a residential component and I guess, a senior component. But our preference, what we'd be talking about is a preference for headquarters office. But if all 21.5 acres weren't that we'd also be okay if this were some housing or if this were some senior serving residential. And it is tough because, and I've struggled frankly with the fact that some of these plans and things look like projects. And we're not in front of you with a project. It's more the vision. It's more what could we do there? And then we go away and, we've been successful in the last few months of going away with Netflix and coming up with an agreement. But to go away and see what can we bring back that is an office project, and then in the future be able to explore other things if the office isn't going to take the whole site.
Commissioner Erickson? I'm sorry, Commissioner Ogle, did that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Erickson.
So I'm very sympathetic to the dynamic nature of development, which is really, seems to me, what's driving the legitimate concern about being able to explore different options as one moves through a period of time, because it's as you indicated, and it's obvious, I think you can't predict those with any certainty as we move forward. What I'm trying to understand is what's a reasonable horizon of time for the two parties to enter into an agreement that doesn't need to be reconsidered? Is that 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 40 years, 50 years? In its own planning, the town has chosen to do, and in general, this is a standard for planning in the state, that one would revisit a general plan every 10 years. And to the extent that that's been reasonably successful for the town as a reasonable horizon, and for the town to take the responsibility to revisit the issues that are critical to the town, why is 15 or more likely 20 years a reasonable horizon of time? Because if I look back 10 years and thought about Netflix 10 years ago, I would think about Netflix a lot differently than I do today. So why is 20 years a more reasonable horizon of time than 10? Why is 20 the reasonable horizon of time?
It's let me take a shot at that. I think I've seen development agreements shorter term and much longer term. I've seen a lot in the 20-year range. For us specifically, there's two important reasons. One is related to what I was sharing about existing uses, existing leases in the site, and when might we be able to redevelop those portions of the property in the future, or to get us out in that 7-10-year range, just to be able to revisit it at that time. Secondly, specific to Netflix, in that lease and the options and the abilities to extend and take down additional space over time, extend out. And they have there's abilities to extend option periods, et cetera, to build in optionality and flexibility for them. And it would probably be very similar if it was any other tenant as well. They would want that. And so the development agreement needs enough term that growing into 550,000 square feet or absorbing 550,000 square feet has enough time to happen.
Commissioner Telesfor.
I have a follow-up, and then I want to go to another horse. But so just as a follow-up to what we've been talking about, why wouldn't you come back to us with, one PD for the office, leave what's there, and use that as you could, and then come back another time for another PD when you've decided that you can't do any more offices, but the housing would be what you'd want?
That would be
because the 20 years out, like Commissioner Erickson said, is beyond our general plan, and so far that's been working pretty well for us. So I need to have some compelling reason that I haven't heard here tonight yet about why you're going to change my mind.
Fair enough. I think we would all agree, and I'd certainly stipulate that if I were able to be here tonight with a project for a building or two buildings and had a tenant and a lease and the whole thing, it'd be a very different dynamic. Not to say there wouldn't be issues that we would discuss or anything else, but we'd be able to talk in concrete terms around a project. And again, maybe it's easier to think about what we're doing here tonight in terms of general plan and visioning rather than specific project. And my only reason for why long-term development agreement really goes back to what I was just sharing, which is to begin the redevelopment of this large property requires some certainty on our part that we're not going to build a building and then have the game changed, if you will, or start in two buildings and a tenant's occupied and they have options that then are not worth anything because we can't build out the campus that was envisioned in the beginning. And that's the critical item, really. It's being able to fulfill the vision. So, and that's what we need to wrestle with, is do we share that, you know what, a headquarters campus here of 500,000 feet or more is appropriate? And if it is, we need time to build it out.
Okay, exactly. So why wouldn't you just attempt that? And if you have extra, these other buildings around, rent them out to someone else while you were figuring out how many, your center, your campus, your vertical campus.
A few reasons. One is for the owners, we look at it and we say a scenario. Let's 300,000 feet of new office and the market changes or there's not a demand for the office anymore, so we peter out. What we don't want to have happen is the rules change, if you will, and say, you know what, we'd like fields. And we feel like we would have provided a great benefit. We've started here. We provided new offices, jobs, whatever comes along with the package of benefits from the particular tenant who's in there, et cetera. That's great. We don't want the game to be changed on us later in terms of other uses. It's like we're going to start the redevelopment of this parcel together with a shared vision, or it doesn't really work to take it in one-off pieces as we go forward.
Okay. Shared vision, that's good. I'll remember that. Thank you. So let me switch to another horse, and this is about neighborhood outreach, because a lot of what we, take as far as our decision-making is that any testimony we hear here tonight from assorted community members. So you said that you have met as part of your process with immediate neighbors to provide them an opportunity to hear about the proposed rezoning and express their ideas, make comments, et cetera. And as you proceed through this process, you will continue to respond to your neighbors and the broader community. So what I want to know is, have there been 1, 2, or 3 outstanding concerns? And how are you addressing them, or what have been your thoughts about that?
Fair, thank you. We have had an outreach to our neighbors. We had a notice and an invitation for a meeting to the Smith Ranch neighborhood. We met with the courtside management, I'll say, to kind of understand what are their thoughts and perspectives, and then certainly the Charter Oaks neighborhood. We've had 2 meetings with the Charter Oaks neighborhood. In terms of feedback, the Smith Ranch court meeting was lightly attended. It was a couple, but one owner attend the meeting, and there were not concerns brought up by that neighbor. The Charter Oaks neighborhood, I think we've had a very good dialogue and continuing of the relationship that exists, being neighbors, in that they're, I'm trying to think of their concerns. They're concerned about visual impacts. How might buildings be sited? I don't recall a specific objection to the height per se, because they well know, as they live today, a one-story building that's close to the property line blocks more light than taller buildings further away. So they're interested in what's that, the A&S phase, really, how are these sited, how are they designed, being very important. They have brought up, and if one of them's here, I beg them to correct me later. I'm not trying to forget something. If there is something, had to do with trash collection. Wanted to make sure we didn't have trash receptacles near there. Some exist today, not near the property line in the future, because we can't control the garbage company and when they pick up and make noise. Construction, noise and disruption, that kind of thing, that we work through processes around that, which the town has a robust set of standards and rules around that. But there was just inquiry around what happens during construction, the noise, the dust, et cetera. And I can't think of anything else. Courtside was quite supportive. They like the idea of more growth there and the traffic improvements that go along with the project.
Nothing else, because we have tons of letters here.
No, I'm sorry. In terms of the community that we met with, that's what's come up. I have read some of these letters myself, and there's obviously school concerns and others. But between Charter Oaks, the Smith Ranch neighbor who came to our meeting, and Courtside, that would, I think I've covered the world of comments.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shank.
Absolutely.
We will let others have an opportunity to speak, and then you'll have 3 minutes after.
Thank you.
Okay. So the reminder again, for anyone who would like to speak on this item, just submit a speaker card, and you'll have 3 minutes when you come to the podium. If you could just state your name and address, just so that we have that officially on the record. The first speaker is Jack Aiello.
Madam Chairman, Planning Commissioners, my name is Jack Aiello. I live at 135 Newell Court. I've lived there since 1962. I'm very familiar with all the developments that's happened during that period of time. Ever since 1962, I've always called Los Gatos a charming community. Now, with the building going up to 85 feet, it's not charming anymore. This zone is a CMPD. That means 35 feet maximum height. Now, when they built the Netflix building, that was a fast-track building, and that went up to 55 feet. It was a special deal, the time of revenue. The people there all shared in that because they didn't come here and give a big argument about that, because we needed the revenue. But here's a new proposal here that shoots it up to 85 feet. That's a massive change from 35 feet to 85 feet, from 260,000 square feet of space to 550,000 feet of space. And like you people know, we don't even know what they're going to do here, because this is going to go on possibly for 20 years. We haven't even talked about the changes on Winchester, the traffic. A couple of things doesn't change, because I live in Newell Avenue. When I want to make a left-hand turn, it's pretty hard right now. Now, there's a lot of people who are going to talk about traffic, so I'll just keep away from that. But why change that like that? These other buildings that are alongside there on Fulbright Way, they're all single stories, most of them. And it's a nice professional buildings. Now you can build first class offices without having to go 85 stories. You can convert those buildings there in such a way here to help yourself. There's a lot of things you can do, but why change the makeup here? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, the next speaker is Sarah Chapin, and after Ms. Chapin will be Richard Erst.
Hi, thank you very much for having me here. Basically, I actually live on Smith Ranch Court, and I think it was nice of Mr. Shank to have a meeting, but the problem is people really did not understand the scope of this development. So one of the big issues I have with this development is the notice. The only people that were actually notified about the development are people that live within 300 feet. That's basically just Smith Ranch Court. The La Rinconada area, which will be gravely affected, and which is off of Wimbledon Drive, did not receive notice. So what I'm proposing is, before we even move forward, we need to make sure that everyone is aware of what is going on, because potentially if you add 516 multifamily units, you're increasing Los Gatos' population by 5%. So I think that notice is really important. There were no storyboards that went up, which is very important. Someone recommended you could put up a model so people get the idea of what's going on. And then the other thing, besides the storyboard, is the sign. There's one sign that I saw, which is on the entrance to 85 behind the railroad track. You can't read that if you're driving by. So I really don't think people are just aware of what's going on. So Mr. Shank said that he thinks that the senior center, possible senior housing, multifamily housing could be great uses for the community. Well, I think they could be great uses too, but that's why we have a general plan, and that's why we get everyone involved. We can't do what Mr. Shank thinks is a great idea. We have to get input for the community. So I wanted to see if you guys could possibly send out more notices and have more community meetings, and also Mr. Shank could come back with one plan. Because I think if Netflix wants to build a campus, people may be in favor of that, but we need to find one plan, and we need to move forward. I mean, we're talking about giving him 20 years to do construction, and I guess someone talked about $1.5 million. If he builds 550,000 square feet and he charges $3 a foot, that's only 1 month's rent on 550,000 square feet. Why would we give anyone 20 years to develop with just 1 month's rent? So even if we were going to move forward with this process, we have to make sure that it makes sense for the community.
Thank you, Ms. Chapin. Any questions? Thank you. The next speaker is Richard Erst. After him will be Mary Kairis.
Thank you. My name is Richard Erst. I reside at 143 Newell Avenue in Los Gatos. And Mr. Shank said that he sent notice. I don't know who sends out these notices, is whether the town or the developer. But Newell Avenue is a horseshoe-shaped street that runs on either side of the Elks Club. We come down Newell Avenue, and it's next to the extra parking lot for Courtside. So I think I'm a neighbor. And as a neighbor, I think I'm entitled to receive some sort of notice, if we want to be neighborly. There is so many things here. I mean, I've taken copious notes. This thing is all over the block. I can understand the concern of you folks when you're up here trying to get some questions. And in my working life, I've heard of people tap dance on Jell-O before, but oh my God. You talk about tap dancing on Jell-O, you're the king, Mr. Shank. I mean, I hate to be cruel, but it's what's going on. Now let's just talk about the traffic for a second. On University, picture in your mind, if you will, Lark Avenue. There are two exits off of 17 into Los Gatos. 3 if you want to concern East Los Gatos and West Los Gatos, and Lark Avenue. So people come off there. We're going to go down to the sports park on University. From Winchester to University Avenue to the sports park, it's maybe a quarter mile. Coming off the freeway, off of 85, there's a stoplight. There's a stoplight at Wimbledon. There's a stoplight at Lark Avenue. The young lady there in the red said that she was out visiting the site, and I hope I don't misquote you here. She said that you went out to post some signs. On the site was considered a lot of traffic. That's whatever these number of units are going to be, square footage for office building, senior units, apartment houses, holy guacamole. Who knows what's going to go there? I mean, how in the world can you make any decision with this flim-flam routine we're getting about what's going to go there and what the impact is being for traffic? And there needs to be some sort of traffic impact report made. If there's going to be another stoplight into their project, that's 4 stoplights within about 200 yards. That seems to be ridiculous. Seems to me to be ridiculous. I could be wrong, but it seems to me to be ridiculous. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Erbs. Any questions? Okay, the next speaker is Mary Kyrus, and after that will be Dale Miller. Okay, so Dale Miller. And then after that is Leslie, is it Paulides? Paulides, thanks.
So my name is Dale Miller, 115 Newell Court. I also live right behind the Elks, right next to the new courtside parking lot, but I did not receive any notice, so I'm a little upset over that. I heard this through the grapevine. I think there has to be an entire traffic study, as Mr. Erbs said, that it needs to be going from, say, Pollard to past Lark, up Winchester, from Winchester all the way to 85, and look at the overall impact for traffic. So here's my understanding of the project. If I were to come south on Winchester from Pollard, stoplight at Pollard, go 1 block, hit 85 north, stoplight, 85 south, stoplight, Albright, new light, 1 block, right in front of the Courtside Club, which is already packed with cars pretty much from when they open to when they close. There's no way to easily get past Courtside. Come to Wimbledon, at end of Courtside, stoplight. Come to Lark, stoplight. Okay, take a left. I understand there's a new light going at University, stoplight. Next street, Oka, stoplight. Next street, 17 South, stoplight. Next street, 17 North, stoplight. Next street, Los Gatos Boulevard, stoplight. I mean, it's going to take forever. I mean, I live at Newell right now, which we talked about as a horseshoe. There's only 2 ways in, Newell Avenue, New Avenue, surrounding Lark. Tonight coming to the meeting, it took me 2 lights to get out of my driveway at 6:30. Then you go down to Wimbledon. Wimbledon's the main entrance into La Rinconada back there. The other side is La Rinconada, which is 1 more street south on Winchester, which is impossible to get out. So there's probably 200 or 300 families there that really have 4 streets to go out, and this traffic is going to be very, very intense. So I think there needs to be a more, any of these proposals, which I don't understand any of them, will be hugely impactful to the traffic, no matter if there's a light rail station or not, because the traffic today is already difficult. So from 4:30 to 6:30 at night, it takes sometimes 2 lights for me to get on a half a block by the court, or by the Elks Club to go left on Lark. Thank you. Oh wait, I still have time? 3 questions. Another question, if the park is already full, why do we need another 550,000 square feet? I heard somebody say this earlier. And then the other question is, if big buildings are the biggest thing we need to do, why did the Sobrato building sit downtown San Jose for 7 years until somebody actually went in? And I think it's PricewaterhouseCoopers is going in now, but it sat empty for 7 years. So, question.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Miller? The next speaker, Leslie Paulides, and then after that will be Lee Quintana.
Thank you. Is this a document camera, if I was putting up some numbers up? So thanks. In 3 minutes, I'm going to just share a little bit with you. I'm Leslie Paulides. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for the Los Gatos Union School District. So I own business, facilities, construction, everything that's not about curriculum. So I care a lot about our student generation rates, our developer fees, and our bonding capacity. So when I was here a couple weeks ago, I shared with you a few nuggets of our student generation rates, and I said that I would share with you what my sort of independent team of people had gathered relative to some recent developments, because while we've had a great experience working with the planning department and sharing the same demographic report, I think some things about our town are changing with respect to people moving in and wanting to be part of the schools here. So these generation rates circled here.
And Ms. Paulides, if you could just grab the microphone as you're going over
I'm
that.
sorry, yes. So the generation rates on page 19 in the staff report are circled there. The generation rates that are actually from our student database of kids living in addresses from recent developments are below. So, you know, there's a little variance there, and we're going to keep looking at it and sharing that information with you. But I do think that we're seeing an increase in student generation rates when we build affordable housing in this town. People want to be here and they want to go to the schools. We do get developer fees. classrooms, and the staff report indicated it would be about $1.5 million. We get 9/13 of that because we have 9 grades, including kindergarten, and the high school has 4. So that works out to be about $1,082,000. So we just put up a 10-story or 2-story, 10-classroom building. It costs about $500,000 a classroom. So that covers 2 classrooms. The student generation rate from this project could be anywhere between 77 in the planning report and a couple hundred based on mine. So 2 classrooms, 50 kids. Doesn't cover the cost of the classrooms. I just thought I would share that because we've got some challenges. The other thing I wanted to share real quick is bonding capacity. So we have been so lucky as a town that we've had community support for parcel taxes and bonds. We can't even go out for another general obligation bond to build more classrooms or schools if we want to. We are by statute at bonding capacity, which is based on our assessed value. So we get 1.25% of your assessed value. When you have that much debt outstanding in bonds, you can't ask your community to even help you again. Something else that's really unique about Los Gatos is that we have a highly residential property tax base. So people want to come here and they want to pay taxes to help build more schools. We can't even ask them to do that. So, for years we figured out how to solve this, put up more classrooms. We really are. The rubber's kind of met the road on capacity planning for schools. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thanks.
Ms. Pauling, do you mind putting your overhead back and walking us through it? I'm having a hard time reading the numbers.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was going to try to talk about them, but when I had 3 minutes, I knew I better point or I wouldn't talk fast. So I'd be happy to walk you through them. Turn that over.
You can take it off.
Even better. Okay. So these numbers here are the numbers in the staff report for this development. K through 5. Oh, I'm sorry. 0.086 K through 5 for apartments. 6 through 8, grades 6 through 8, 0.041. And then below market housing, 0.182, 6 through 8, 0.048. So 0.0 something something or 0.182 is kind of the range for those types of developments and those grade levels. Down below, the numbers I've circled are Bersano, Creekside, and what I call the Vias. There's about 6 different streets that all start with Via. We have those kids in the district now, and we know how many parcels there were and how many of their kids are in our classrooms. So based on those actual recent developments, 0.29 is the student generation rate for Bersano, 0.27 for Creekside, 0.58 for the Vias. And I know there are different cultures and styles of developments, but there still is a real incredible interest in people finding affordable housing to come here and bring their kids here, whether it's an apartment or a home.
So earlier we put Mr. Schenk on the hot seat about using our tools, our general planning tools, and so I'm going to do the same thing for you.
Okay.
Last year when we went through our general plan and we agreed on numbers to help us forecast how many kids would come into the district when developers come in, we used these numbers that are currently in the staff report.
Right.
But I'm hearing that they may actually be incorrect in forecasting.
I don't know if I would call a number like a student generation rate or a load factor an error. That number is not an error, it's a forecast. Davis Demographics was paid $20,000. The high school and our district split the cost of that. We've shared it with the town. We've talked together. Joel does some intellectual planning. I do some intellectual planning. I just think the landscape in the town has changed. And I think what Davis Demographics will do is look at historic actuals and mobility factors and kindergarten birth rates, all very interesting things, but nothing tells you the fact pattern of what's happening with your actual enrollment, like the number of kids coming in every day. And so I'm trying to just keep my pulse on that and work with the planning department. And I do think the numbers might be a little outdated, although they had merit when they were established, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I think we've had this discussion before. You understand as well as anybody what the legislature has told us would be full mitigation for the schools, and they've come up with their silly numbers. And that apparently is what we are supposed to take as full mitigation. Do you have any suggestions on how we can get around that problem? I mean, when the legislature in their infinite wisdom says you charge so many dollars a square foot and we don't care what that gets you,
right?
And that, they tell us, is full mitigation. we've got a problem.
Right, Senate Bill 50, right? $2.97 a square foot is supposed to cover the cost of building the kinds of capacity of schools that we need to support as many kids as a development of that size could support. Yep, that's how it's supposed to work. You know, I could talk about the legislature for a long time. So categorical programs to do the right things for kids, they're all flexible now, do whatever you want with it. There is not a lot of sense coming out of statute right now. And this would probably not be a good time to go back and ask to change something like that. I don't think it's adequate to cover the cost of building the facilities required for the students.
But I'm just wondering if, for example, you have had any experience or had any readings in community benefit being slanted towards helping the schools. In other words, we're always talking about community benefit, and we talk about fixing pipes and roads, and that, which is great. But I have not heard a discussion about a community benefit that helps our schools. Have you seen anything like that?
No, I haven't. So I've been in this job 2 years. I've lived in this town my whole life, and my kids are graduates of the school district. So, you know, to my knowledge, it's not a common thing to have developers help pay for schools. That's not how it's done. We go out and we raise money through general obligation bonds, and you know, we hope that the size of the town is such that the space in the room we have can accommodate the kids we have. And I'm just sharing, as we talk about rezoning commercial to residential, that, you know, we've kind of hit the perfect storm. We're a basic aid district, so we're funded by property taxes, not by state revenue. And property taxes aren't really going anywhere right now. And every kid we get no more money for them, and enrollment's going through the roof. Assessed value, or your property tax base, is what generates your bonding capacity. We're out of bonding capacity. So even if my public wants to vote yes on another bond measure for me to build another bunch of classrooms or schools on the land I already have, I can't ask for it. So, you know, the fact that the town is largely built out and there's a certain number of schools here to put those kids in, when you start converting the commercial to residential, it changes that landscape and hits me in the face of some of my other challenges that are partly economic and partly, you know, a good outcome of the great education we've provided in the town. So I'm just, you know, sharing my concern about converting more commercial to residential from the school district standpoint. Okay, thanks.
And actually, I do have one more question. In some of the documents we have for community benefit and indirect, is that increased revenue for the town leads to increased revenue for the school districts. Is there a correlation between how much a town receives in its revenue via sales tax or whatever versus what you can get?
You know, the majority of our funding for the district comes from property taxes. And we love keeping money in the town so that our community who gets asked to vote time and time again for parcel taxes and bond measures has more discretionary income to do that. But there is not, you know, I don't do any planning from a school district budget perspective relative to the town's revenue stream.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Lee Quintana, and then afterwards is Grant Sedgwick.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'd like to start by saying that the 4 different, was it 4, I think, desk items contained a lot of information that I certainly wasn't able to absorb in the short time that we've had to listen and absorb and read at the same time. And that, together with the fact that the neighbors have pointed out that they feel they haven't had an adequate opportunity to address this, and the fact that I think that this is a town-wide issue, not just a local residential issue, that there should be more involvement from the whole town. So I would request that before you actually make a decision on this, that you continue it for further consideration. Second to that, I'd like to say that I agree with the statements that Commissioner Erickson, Talasfor, and SAAC made regarding the general plan and the traffic and environment, and also Commissioner O'Donnell. I have to say that when I started to read the negative declaration on this, I just sat there and said, you've got to be kidding. This does not pass my laugh test. I was just sitting there laughing. It seemed like everything was being thrown in, except for the kitchen sink and maybe the Brooklyn Bridge. I think the comment by one of the speakers about it being Jell-O was really right on. I had problems with this seems to be reacting rather than good long-term planning. I think tax needs are great, and there are market trends, but good planning takes into consideration more than just those two things. I think typically plan development is very specific, not so open. This has so much flexibility, it really isn't a planned development. And I think there are problems with several issues in the environmental, including the greenhouse gases, traffic, trees, the intensity of development and how it's calculated. Conditions 10, 26, and 27 seem to contradict other things or are so nebulous that it's hard to tell what they could really mean. But if this is going to be transportation-oriented, pedestrian circulation, the conditions say that a sidewalk will be developed on the east side of Winchester Boulevard. But have any studies been done to determine that that is actually feasible? I didn't see that in anything that I read. The other thing that I was curious about, oops, I'm running out of time. I wanted to say something about Netflix and community benefits and the change in what we consider visual impacts to our hillside seem to be changing to visual impacts to the ridgeline only.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Quintana. Any questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'd like to know what you were going to say about community benefits.
It seems to me that when the original Netflix project was passed by recommended by the Planning Commission and the Council, that there were a number of community benefits that were included in the conditions of approval. And over the years, I've wondered, I don't think I remember seeing them being implemented. And also that Netflix, the other Netflix was approved under the assumption that the light rail was the next project of priority and it was going to be implemented within just a few years. Now that's not the case. We're way down on the bottom of the list again.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Quintana. The next speaker is Grant Sedgwick, and then after him is Bob Shepard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Grant Sedgwick. I live at 134 Hernandez Avenue in Los Gatos. I'm representing a company that is a leader in the seniors housing business. So I want to speak just a moment on that subject since it's part of your consideration. Classic Residence by Hyatt, recently renamed V, has a very strong interest in finding a place to serve seniors in Los Gatos. Some of you know we have tried on previous occasions to identify a site that would be suitable. I notice in the staff report, and I agree, and our company agrees, that this site is uniquely attractive for that purpose. I'm not going to speak against Netflix or its use of this property. I'm a resident of town. I know what the good things are they've brought to our community. It is a very creative idea, I believe. You may not be able to come to that conclusion, to contemplate a zoning that is more broad than just office use. I would encourage you to do that. I'm pretty sure Mr. Schenk can't or won't be able to immediately get a commitment for all of that office space. I do some of the same kind of work that he does. If he does, that's great for our town. If he doesn't, I wanted you to know that the seniors housing use is a very viable opportunity for the town and for the seniors in this town at this location, which is, as the planning staff has said, a uniquely suitable property for that purpose. A couple of small details. If you set a trigger that's 200,000 square feet, as I've read the staff recommendation, I don't think it needs 10 acres. If you applied the same floor area ratio that has the applicant has proposed for the whole site, he would really only need about 7.5 acres, and that would leave a lot more flexibility for a seniors housing community of the type we do, and perhaps some of our competitors as well. The other point is that it's a small point, but the parking proposed for a seniors community by the applicant is, in our experience, operating 20 such communities around the country, very adequate. And I think I'll leave my comments at that. I think it's a challenge what the applicant has taken on. It's an ambitious project, and I would certainly see it appropriate for you to support a development agreement. He won't be able to do the whole project all at once, and the underpinning of having an entitlement that allows certain predictable zoning uses of property is an important underpinning to the financial viability. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, but otherwise, thank you for your
Any questions?
attention.
Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you for your comments, very helpful. Could you expand on, you said that you would agree with the staff from your perspective and given your experience, why this is a particularly uniquely suitable location for senior housing?
Thank you, sir. Scale in particular. Some of you are familiar with our efforts to find a plan that would be suitable for the Los Gatos Lodge property, which in the end was really too small to do the kind of community that is characterized as a continuing care retirement community. Some of you are familiar with our company's property in Palo Alto. It occupies 23 acres. It's probably bigger than it needs to be, absolutely. But it does seem that something in the range of 13 or 14 or 15 flat acres is required to do what we do. So I would say to you that other than the North 40 site, I don't have another idea in Los Gatos. So this site is unique for that point of view. It's also very accessible to the freeway, very accessible to the other attractions of the community, and we think it's exceptional, and our senior management from the chairman on down has all seen the site and agrees with that conclusion.
Commissioner Jensen?
Mr. Sedgwick, I recall your proposal for Los Gatos Lodge property, and I think that you're proposing buildings that were 7 stories tall, at least. So how do you reconcile that with the 5-story, theoretical 5-story limitation we'd have here?
It's a fair question. It was the size of the building altogether, and the conflict potentially between having enough open space and the kinds of facilities that are sort of appropriate and usual in these kinds of communities. So we didn't have much choice but to push the building up if we were to leave some green space, in fact, a considerable amount of green space on the site. There's no other answer. I mean, we could build a very, very fine community with a 3-story building. We're not, in fact, we are the opposite of being directed towards height. We would rather have a lower scale building. Land is important to be able to do that and preserve some green space and some daylight and some, some of the amenities of the open airs that are not typical of, of an older established community like San Francisco, for example.
Commissioner Telespark?
And so that could happen, I mean, we're using your model as an example, so that could happen on this site, is what you're saying, at a lower 3-story level or something?
It could absolutely, but it's fundamental as to how much land there is, which is why I asked, even though it sounds at this stage of your consideration perhaps not that critical, but if in fact you set a trigger for Mr. Schenk in his application that he must do 200,000 feet of development, I would encourage the commission to think about 200,000 feet of development of first-class office space as occupying 7.5 acres, not 10 acres. That would leave a residual that would make a much more comfortable design possible for a seniors community, whether it's our company or anybody else. By the way, we have no agreement with Mr.
I know
Schenk.
that, and I'm not making one,
okay.
and I didn't intend it that way.
Height is not critical. The scale, because of the certain amount of community facilities, is important, and we'd be happy with a lower-rise building, actually.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sedgwick.
Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Bob Shepard, and then after him is Rod Wilson.
Well, I'd like to thank each of the Planning Commission members and the staff for their time and energy and effort that they're putting into this project. I'm here tonight to ask for your support on the Albright Way project. My name is Bob Shepard, and I do leasing in Los Gatos. I've leased over 250,000 square feet in the town of Los Gatos. This project is exactly what the town of Los Gatos needs. The existing buildings that we have out there now are tired and they're dated. And I can tell you from a leasing perspective, they're not desirable. What is desirable are new buildings that are energy efficient, with creative floor plans, and a higher and better use than what sits out there today. And this is what exactly this project is going to be, is desirable. The tenant has to take that's going to take a project of this size, be it a Netflix or a number of other companies that I've worked with, what I like to call the slipper theory. And the slipper theory is the closer to the decision maker's slippers is where the company's going to move. And in this case, the decision makers live in Los Gatos, Montessorino, Saratoga. And the tenants don't want to move downtown. Tenants that I work with want to be here in the West Valley, and more desirably, they want to be here in Los Gatos. So if you want to continue to create jobs, and if you want to continue to add tax revenue to the town of Los Gatos, this is a project that should be approved. Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioner Erickson. Mr. Shepard, hold on. You have a couple questions.
So thank you for your comments. It seems part of the question is what in a short time frame, without for the moment worrying about the length of the leases in the existing buildings, which creates a different problem for the developer. But if you were going to, given what you do for a living, if you were going to speculate on the demand for Class A office space that you could sell in Los Gatos to whomever it is, don't worry about who it is for the moment, would that be 100,000 square feet? Would that be 1,000,000 square feet? Would that be 550,000 square feet? Would it be 200 to a range of clients in a reasonable period of time? And let's make that reasonable period of time 5 years.
One of the things you'd be able to do is attract tenants from, let's say, Campbell and West San Jose. They're companies that want to move over and go into a Class A project because there aren't any. eBay took the corner of Hamilton and Bascom, one of the only Class A projects out there. So there's a demand. So is it 500,000 square feet? Very well could be. And over the time frame, over the next few years,
so few to you, few might mean more or less than few would mean to me.
True.
So could you give me a range of what your definition of few? I'm trying to get an understanding of is if we're making a planning decision, because we don't have a particular occupant who is proposing this, obviously. So I'm trying to understand what might be the demand for the space so that we don't either underbuild or overbuild in a reasonable few years, make it 5 to 7.
So is your question, what's the demand for space in Los Gatos in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years?
Next 5 years.
You can't build it in 2 years. So
right. So the next 5 years.
So I would, as a guess, there's probably 750,000 square feet that could be absorbed if it was here in Los Gatos.
Any other questions? Can you speak to me about height? We heard a lot of discussion about, I don't know if it's just one particular employer, but I guess they want 5 stories, 6 stories, they want height, verticality. Based on what you have seen with your leasing, what is the most critical thing that people are looking for? Is it just square footage, regardless if it's flat or if it's up?
Well, they want efficiency. They want efficiency in a building so they can communicate with each other. They want a very healthy environment, so that means a lot of glass. So you get, instead of all being a cave and a big wide space, you have a narrower building, so you have more glass. So it's really the environment and then also the communication between employees.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. And our last speaker is Rod Wilson. Just a reminder that if anyone else in the audience who would like to speak, just submit a speaker's card. Otherwise, this is our last speaker.
Hi, Rod Wilson, 14784 La Rinconada Drive, Los Gatos. I appreciate you letting me speak on this topic anyway. So I've actually been on their side of the fence before. I've done land development, so I appreciate what they're trying to do. And then I've also worked at 181 Albright Way, which is kind of the one at the far most corner of Winchester and 85. And I agree that that building, as well as probably the rest of them, are somewhat obsolete. You're not going to get a very high-end user in that space. And I'm all for trying to keep Netflix. I mean, they've been great for the town, and I think they'll, you want to keep that user at all costs, or I shouldn't say at all costs. I think you want to keep that user if you can. I also believe with what the last gentleman was talking about is people want, when I say people, companies want to be in Los Gatos. So I think if you lose Netflix, it's not the end of the world. That beautiful building on the other side of 85, I think, would lease out. And I think if you had some Class A commercial space on the site in question, I think it'll lease out. So I don't think you do things that are kind of unnatural for Los Gatos to keep Netflix. So I've kind of split on that topic. I don't think that, you have to build 5 stories to keep them. I don't know what their footage requirements are. And I will say that you guys have been pretty nice with Mr. Shank, but I think it's, from my perspective, it's kind of a joke that he comes here with all these options. I mean, as a developer, you want to keep all your options open. Of course, we all do if you're developing a piece of land. And then whatever deal he can go cut, he'll be able to maximize that piece of property. So I would ask that you put your fist down and have him come back with a definitive plan. And that's probably going to require him going back to Netflix and getting an agreement or some kind of conditional deal with them. But to have all these options open, I mean, we haven't even scratched the surface on the traffic impact. The impact to the schools that was discussed, I think, is dramatic. So there's a lot of unknowns. So I really don't even know what we're talking about. We're talking about a bunch of different options that may or may not happen, and over a long period of time. So that doesn't make any sense to me. So I'd ask you to have him or the development group tighten up their proposal. I think you absolutely have to expand the 300-foot requirement for notices. I think this impacts way more than 300 feet. Like a couple of people have mentioned, I mean, it's a little bit aggravating that there's a development of this size and scope, and we don't even know about it. I found out about it this morning. And then getting back to the impact studies, I think, is there going to be residential? And if there is it going to be senior? Is it going to be, just, typical housing? Are there going to be families? Are there going to be kids, schools, and on down the line? And then the one question I had for the developer is how much of the existing commercial is occupied? Because I think that it's important. We're talking about, I think it's relatively underutilized at this point, low occupancies on the existing commercial. And I'm almost done. Sorry. But I think it's very underutilized. So I think just if it was full today, the existing footprint of 200,000 square feet, I think that would have an impact on traffic. And so if you're talking about more than double, I think it's going to be a massive impact.
Thank you,
Thanks a
Mr.
lot.
Wilson. Real quick, Mr. Wilson, it looks like you have a question. Commissioner Ogle?
Yes, I just have one question about the occupancy of the space now there in that area and sort of on down Winchester. There's a bunch of sort of R&D space there. If you're in there, do you have a sense of how occupied it is? You mentioned it briefly, and I just wanted to
Yeah, I
follow
don't.
up.
In fact, that was the question I had that I think it would be good to know. But there needs to be impact traffic studies done. But I'm just saying, in general, if it's half or less occupied today, and then you just fully occupy 200,000 square feet, that's going to have an impact. And then you double that again, and I think we're talking about some major traffic issues in that area. Thanks.
Okay. We have 2 more speaker cards, Andrew Crow, and then afterwards, Mitzi Anderson.
Hi there. I'm also a resident on Rinconada Drive. I also found out about this last night, and I think the comments here saying that it impacts more than just 300 feet around the area are germane to this discussion. I also did actually take a look at the 600-page traffic study that was part of the documentation that was online. One of the pages talked about the traffic on Winchester and Lark, talking about it, and I just call out some of the figures that are in the traffic study that was there. Today, the Winchester and Lark is already called out as not being inadequate for today's traffic, and as my neighbor mentioned, that's with the current properties not being fully occupied. Under project conditions, they're basically citing that Winchester and Lark in both AM and PM hours would not be sufficient for that intersection, and at 95% capacity, at 95% queue, you'd have 525 feet with only 275 feet of turn space. So what you're really talking about is something that would be seriously backed up through both intersections. If you talk about someone that's trying to live there, that's a very difficult intersection to get through. It's going to be nightmarish to get through there. The other point that I'd like to make is the suggested mitigation for traffic was to take the Wimbledon intersection and make it a right turn only intersection. That would have a very serious impact on our neighborhood, as through traffic would come through our neighborhood to be able to make a turn onto Winchester. I think it would essentially turn our neighborhood, which today is not essentially any through traffic, all the through traffic would come through our neighborhood to be able to make a left turn on La Rinconada as it comes onto Winchester. So I think there are many traffic impacts that we're going to be seeing if this is implemented as it's discussed today. And I think there really needs to be a traffic study to understand how this would impact it. Let me say I concur with the statements that have been said. We do want to have a healthy tax base for this community. I am concerned that if I were a developer, I think this is a carte blanche to do what you will. I think that would be a great thing, and if I were the property owner, I would love it. It basically allows me to do anything I want on the property for 20 years. I don't think that necessarily serves our community. I think if they have a specific project, they should propose it.
Thank you. Any questions? And our last speaker is Mitzi Anderson.
Hi, my name is Mitzi Anderson, and I live at 17610 Foster Road, Los Gatos. I don't live in the vicinity of the project, but I am a resident of the town, and I feel that this impacts everyone that lives in town. And I've already written a letter and submitted that this morning, but I just wanted to state that I'm against changing zoning that gives the developer carte blanche over 20 years for uses that are vague and not compatible with the town's character. And I think that there should be a format for residents to give their input when we may be adding up to 2,000 additional residents in town, and also that we are going to be maybe having buildings that are twice the height of what we currently have. We've had a lot of discussion on the North 40, and that's not that much larger of a project or a space than this one, so I just wanted to make sure that we give due consideration to this project too by everyone in town.
Any questions? Okay, so that is the last of our speaker cards, and I don't see anyone rushing forward. So, Mr. Shank, you heard a lot of things, but hopefully you'll be able to respond within 3 minutes, and I'm sure we'll have questions for you to help supplement that.
Yes, there was a lot said, but I appreciate when the public's engaged and there are discussions, because there were points in there. One specific one was on the traffic concerns around Wimbledon Drive and left turns and movements that may push traffic elsewhere. I don't believe that's an accurate portrayal of what the report is saying, and a condition that would be a result of our report. The traffic engineers are here if we want to kind of dive into that. But I do want to point out, and it became clear through some of the discussion, that I have not been clear enough on what the letter of intent with Netflix means. It means they're there. They want this. They want buildings that would be allowed by this zoning. If we can perform, they would be very happy. It's not a wait-and-see kind of thing on what's their level of commitment, what's their desire, what is it that they want for their headquarters campus to be. It's reflected in this application. It is what they want it to be. So I want to make sure I was very clear on that. The DA, I happen to not perceive it as a carte blanche, do anything that you want. It has design standards, there are criteria, there's subsequent A&S processes around any particular project that we bring forward. The zoning that we're asking for is broader than other zonings, but it's a zoning. It allows things to happen subject to coming back and working through, in our case, an A&S process around the architecture of a project. The 20-year term is standard. So I just want to make sure we're aware of what it is on a relative basis. I'm trying to think of what else I could hit here for you. The zoning, again, kind of like the zoning, our PD zoning will set the standards under which we would operate going forward. The A&S process is going to look for that quality, for us to perform all the other obligations of the ordinance as drafted by staff. The opportunity that's here is, I believe it is very substantial to the community. Because Netflix is here and they want these buildings and they want to stay, that's great. I think our offer of what the zoning allows, building new Class A headquarters quality buildings, is meaningful in terms of what it can attract and the benefits that accrue. Very quickly on the school district topic, in my own rough math, the immediate benefit just from the property taxes that would accrue to the school district, not to mention all the other groups that get the benefit of the taxes, would be around an incremental $175,000, $180,000 a year just from a 200,000 square foot project. It gets to be about $400,000 to $500,000 per year through an office development, which would be similar of others because of the increase in the tax base, would be almost use agnostic to the use.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Shank? Commissioner Telesfor.
Would you just repeat the last figures about benefit to the schools, tax benefits to the schools?
Sure. And again, the preface with my own math there, but my own estimate is that if we were to build phase one as conceived here, of 200,000 square feet of new office space, the increase in the tax base because of the costs and everything else that are incurred to improve the space would result in an increase in the school district's portion. I should caveat that I'm talking about the school district more broadly than just elementary. It's elementary and high school, I think. I don't know how they share those dollars, but on phase one would be about $175,000, $180,000. And at the build-out, if there was the build-out of the office or other use, because of the costs would not be too dissimilar, it's $400,000 to $500,000. The variable there is how many dollars in TIs would the tenant use, or would the operator on a senior project incur, et cetera. And that's a per year. It goes with the taxes. Bless you.
Commissioner Jensen.
Mr. Shank, you came up and said Netflix is there, which prompts me to ask the question, since so many people have stood up and said, that's great, we like Netflix, they're an asset to the town. Why isn't Netflix here with its project proposal? And I would venture to guess that that's because they want a guarantee in place to do it, to have a carte blanche. And correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think it's true. I wouldn't characterize it as they are wanting a carte blanche. I think it's, I'm going to go all the way back to why did I start a year ago with this concept that this kind of a zoning was necessary. And part of the reason is, and we're reaping the benefit of it now, and it goes back to the first Netflix campus. If I hadn't been ahead of Netflix in the application process and the zoning process, et cetera, when Netflix finally realized that they needed space, and we started then, they would have moved because we could not have performed on time to meet their timing needs. It often happens with companies, especially high-tech companies. The growth patterns, the headcount projections are on a steep curve, and they need a building soon. When we start on a zoning process and then go through the A&S process, not just here, but in any community, and then the building department process, and then the construction, it's years. The high-tech companies need buildings sooner, which is why with a zoning in place as a developer, and we can market that, it becomes a more viable project rather than wait till there's a tenant who can see that far in the future for their first building. So for Netflix, it's not trying to cat and mouse flexibility. It's where are we in the cycle? They identified a need. We've been negotiating. They've expressed to you directly their interest in how this site would fit their needs if the zoning were approved. We have a signed letter of intent to show that on the business side they're there, as are we. And they're not here with a project because we haven't had time to design it yet. And we're waiting to find out is it even worth spending all of the money to design the buildings, knowing that this application is unique.
Okay, so then a follow-up to that is Netflix is there. We have a letter saying they need 550,000 square feet. So why not just say our project is option number 1 and just end it and make it simpler instead of saying, but in 30 months, give us these options too. Okay. Why not just simplify everything tonight?
Because I can't, and I won't. And the main reason is what Netflix is saying is, I shouldn't put words in their mouth, but they want the ability to grow into 550,000 additional square feet for them. That's their requirement of do we stay because we can grow to be that big. That's what's important to them. They're not going to commit to us that they're going to take 550,000 square feet today. They want options. So kind of in a way in keeping with the options, we're also looking for options. If we build them 300,000 square feet, because we believe the other uses are good uses for the site, we want the ability to come back to you on a project basis with a senior project, with a housing project, or another office project. But
okay, so let's take a reverse scenario. We say, okay, you can do, we give you this carte blanche, and in 30 months you say, okay, I'm going to build residential. And then in 31 months, Netflix says we need more office space, but you've now used it for residential. What do we have as the town now to guarantee or to have leverage in more office R&D space that staff report has said is so critical since we're only at 2.6%?
The Netflix is taking care of themselves through the lease and their options and control and what they bind us with, as would any tenant, large tenant, who would be looking at these kinds of buildings. They may not in the smaller buildings, in existing buildings or other buildings in town, but the uniqueness of the buildings we're talking about being bigger, attracting larger companies, they're going to make sure that they have optionality as they go forward. So Netflix is covered from that perspective, but it's not a commitment to us, and therefore not a commitment to you, that they're going to take and occupy all 550,000 square feet. It would be their vision, but not a commitment today. So under the very real scenario of today, I can't go build anything else because they will be saying, I have 550,000 square feet. So I couldn't do anything that would preclude that from happening. Am I on Jello? I don't mean to be.
Well, you've confused me. If we say tonight you have 550 square feet of only office R&D, right, and all the other uses that you've requested, residential, multifamily, senior housing, is no longer on the table, then whether it's Netflix or any other company looking for R&D, you have up to 550,000 square feet.
Yes. From an ownership perspective, we don't believe, we're not willing to take the risk that it will get built out with 550,000 square feet over time. With Netflix now in their option, it becomes more likely, but there's no guarantees. And over the 21.5 acres and over the next 10 years of options and tenants being out there and the subsequent 10 years we're asking for in the DA, we want the ability to move on to a different use if the market's not there for more office. because of the flexibility we've asked for there, the optionality that we've offered to Netflix is without a cost, if you will. We're not charging them for their optionality because on the one hand we have existing buildings. On the other hand, we're not committed to a use and a product type in the future. We feel more comfortable giving them less expensive optionality or free optionality to grow into the site over time if we know, given we don't know what the market's going to be in 5 years or 10 years or 12 years. But whatever it is, we think, you know what, transit-oriented, this location, the housing, the senior, the office, it will be, I believe, again, back to the beginning of conversation, I think all of those, if they were all on the site, are great uses from a planning perspective. Albeit I don't have a project for you, but I think the uses are appropriate. And in that way, we feel comfortable that we can go forward and begin what is a very ambitious redevelopment scheme with these new buildings, very expensive, et cetera. But we can, if we see out the all-office option, great. We wouldn't, there's nobody that would be happier other than maybe Netflix. But if it doesn't, if that vision's not completed, and we have a commitment that we have to start with the office anyway, we can't just start with something else, then in the future, if the office market's not there, Netflix isn't there, any tenant is not there, we could come back to you and talk about residential or, I guess, senior, kind of a subset of the residential. And that's important to us to make that financial decision to go build these wonderful but somewhat unique buildings in the marketplace.
Commissioner Erickson.
So to follow up on that line of thought, so we had another gentleman who testified in the public hearing that in his professional judgment that there is, so divesting oneself, so we shouldn't do planning, well, let me back up. My judgment is that we should not do planning for a developer trying to speculate on a potential need from a potential client who isn't here. So we need to look at what when we do planning, to look at what the true demand is across multiple users because we don't have a single party, Netflix or Skype or anyone else coming to us with a proposal. So we had someone else testify in his professional judgment based on his experience that he would be comfortable with suggesting there's demand for 750,000 square feet of Class A office space in the next 5-year horizon. So I would assume that your assessment of the market wouldn't lead you to that level of confidence.
That's correct, especially given time. I think with maybe, I don't even think today. I think if we took today's market and I grew it, if you will, and projected, maybe we get to those kinds of numbers, but I don't share that perspective that there's that much demand for this space right now, and I happen to personally believe there's a lot of economic uncertainty in the years to come.
Not in the next 5 years either, which is what the time horizon he was talking about.
Correct. Or I see uncertainty in the next 5 years, and in terms of demand, I just don't see that level of certainty, even in the next 5 years.
One follow-up question. So there's some indefiniteness to that, lack of definity to that. So typically people who invest in or finance or loan money for development projects generally are not inclined to put their money down in and invest in them, whether they're loaning it or investing it, based on the kind of lack of definity that you're talking about. So I guess I would be curious, have you been able to jump that hurdle that if the town were to move forward with this kind of flexibility in the plan development, that you have real people who would loan you money or invest money in a project which has no more definition to it than this, or the positive way of saying it, with this kind of flexibility?
Yeah, I'd almost take it a step further and say with this zoning, it makes getting financing for the building of new buildings, we're looking at it today. For Netflix, 200,000+ square feet, phase one, the idea that there's a development agreement. Lenders look, you know what, great, this can happen. It feels, there's a level of certainty around what the expectations are of the town, of the site, and that we would be able to fulfill our obligations to Netflix in going forward, et cetera. So actually, to me, it works as an asset that the lenders appreciate when they look and they assess the project that you haven't seen yet because it's being conceived, but that project is enhanced from a lender's perspective and therefore an investor perspective as well, I guess.
Just a follow-up comment, it would be helpful to have had someone testify to that who is actually one of those people, because I could express a different opinion than you could about that, so the people who might actually, that we might express different opinions about that, it might have been helpful to have them do that, because it would seem like to me that I'm not sure that I would draw the same conclusion from my conversation with those same kinds of people that you would have just drawn.
Commissioner Johnson.
I just wanted to pose to you the question that was raised by one of our last speakers. Do you know how much or what the occupancy rate is of the current industrial park on the property?
I don't. I don't know percentage-wise, et cetera. I know that we have not been renewing leases over this last 9 months or so to preserve the ability to do something with Netflix, to do something with a new tenant, to redevelop, so that we would be able to tear buildings down, so they wouldn't be encumbered with leases. So there's two buildings against two of the three against Winchester, I believe, are empty today, or almost empty. That's the real vacancy in the park. There's a few other small spaces throughout the park that are empty today. From a traffic perspective, the traffic report looked at the park being fully occupied, assignment of trips that didn't exist today, et cetera. So in case anybody was thinking the traffic report may have missed some trips that should be accounted for in the background, if you will, that was all done appropriately. But the front buildings are being emptied in hopes of being able to redevelop the front portion of the property first.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Shank. So this concludes the public testimony portion. I would like to take a quick break, let's say 5 minutes. That way we can digest everything we've heard and also just stretch our legs a little bit. So let's reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, that was a long 5 minutes. Sorry. Thank you. We are now reconvening. So before we had our little recess, we closed the public testimony, and we are now going to ask questions of staff. I believe there were a lot of issues that were raised, and it might help us if you can respond to those that you heard, and then if there were any other questions or issues that commissioners heard or themselves would like, we can ask you after your staff response, okay?
Thank you. We heard from 11 public speakers, and staff has grouped the questions and or concerns into 5 major categories. We're going to try to respond to those in aggregate, one by one. I'm just going to quickly go through the 5 themes that we want to address. The first one is the public noticing. The second one is the traffic analysis for the proposal. The third one is school district related issues. The fourth one is just a general overview of the environmental review that was done that will attempt to touch on several of the questions that were expressed. And that's a total of 4 rather than the 5 I had mentioned. The first one, public noticing, In terms of what was done for the Planning Commission hearing, the 300-foot mailing notice was done in accordance with standard town procedure and policy. There was a public notice published in the Los Gatos Weekly newspaper. Additionally, signs, 3 signs, as we've heard about tonight, were posted on the property, 2 on Winchester and 1 along the Creek Trail. And one thing we've talked about going forward, based on some of the concerns we heard tonight, for the town council at that stage of the process, we could look at an expanded public noticing, and rather than coming up with an arbitrary number like 500 feet or 1,000 feet, we could look at more of a natural neighborhood kind of boundary that would pick up some of these areas that we've heard about tonight who feel like they didn't receive adequate notice. For the traffic analysis, I'm going to ask the city's engineer to discuss that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, on the traffic subject, the developer's traffic consultant, it was a very comprehensive traffic analysis and study that they did. That report was also peer-reviewed by the town's independent traffic consultant. A total of 19 intersections for this whole project was evaluated along Winchester, all the way from Highway 9 to Hacienda in Campbell, also on Los Gatos Boulevard and on Lark. A total of 19 intersections were evaluated. And after reviewing everything, analysis was done based on the project and the scenarios that was laid out and the mitigation that was proposed. All of these intersections with their pro rata share to doing the improvements would meet town's current traffic signal standard, which is a level service D. None of them would fall below that. And that report, again, was extensively reviewed and worked with the staff and the consultants on both sides.
Thank you. I'll cover the school district issues. As the Commission's well aware, on page 19 of your staff report, there's information regarding the assessment of the impacts to schools. It talks about the generation rates that were used in the general plan. It actually then comes up with a projected student count that a theoretical development of roughly 500 multifamily, of which 20% would be below market rate units. So 80% above market rate units, and bless you, and then 20% below. And we do see a distinction between an above market rate unit and a below market rate unit, as indicated in your staff report. And that ended up generating approximately 77 students to the elementary school district and 39 students to the high school district. The reason we believe the generation rates are different, I think that's also something that you can look at this as a snapshot in time, and I'm sure they're going to vary depending on the economy and what's happening in the community. I know in the community I came from, we saw areas that were generating no kids at all because they were very mature neighborhoods with older adults living there. All of a sudden we're generating kids because a lot of young people were moving back home with mom and dad because they had lost their home. So we are seeing different nuances going on. However, the 2 out of the 3, none of the staff was aware of, and I think Leslie indicated it was a number of streets, I think, that began with Via, and we're not sure exactly where that area was. But of the 2 developments she mentioned, Bersano and Creekside, we treat those both as single family, and they have a much higher generation rate. The Davis study that Leslie referenced, that the town also used with the general plan, actually has a generation rate of approximately 0.21 per unit, so 0.21 students per unit. And their study, which I must admit was a small sampling, it was, I think, 35 parcels on one and 70 parcels on another. It's relatively a small sampling, showed 0.29 and a 0.27, so higher than the Davis study, but not significantly higher. And of course, when you compare it with the multifamily rates, it's significantly higher because multifamily generates less, of course, because of the size of the unit. So in essence, the one thing I could say is that the school districts, and I know we have a different superintendent coming on board, but the previous school district superintendent, Richard Whitmore, agreed with the staff's methodology. The staff's methodology used a combination of City of Irvine generation rates because they had some similar product types to the town, and they also had similar AP scores, and it seemed like a very comparable sampling. And then in those areas where we didn't have the product types in Irvine that we have in town, we actually sampled our own data. So we took the school district's enrollment, and we overlaid that across our housing types, and that's how we came up with our generation rate. So it is real data. I mean, it's our data, and that was generated about a year ago. Again, changes can occur because of the economy and what's happening in the housing market, but I think that really explains the difference. Is more so based upon the fact that they were looking at a single-family type product rather than multifamily, which is what this project would be most likely.
And we have Valerie Geyer from Geyer & Geyer, who's going to give us a brief overview of the work that her firm did on the initial study.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Geyer. I'm with Geyer & Geyer Consulting. We prepared the initial study, expanded initial study, which really incorporated many technical studies, which went through extensive review. So I just want to touch on, there are a lot of mitigation measures that I hope that you've read and everyone has read, which place a lot of controls on some of the impacts that we can't anticipate right now, or we cannot precisely define the impacts. And so things like greenhouse gases, which was raised in a public comment, we have a performance standard. The analysis, the technical analysis, was done in conformance with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's guidelines for evaluating greenhouse gases. They have specific significance thresholds for how much a project can generate in the way of greenhouse gases for construction as well as operation. And this project and all four scenarios were evaluated in conformance with those guidelines. And the mitigation measures specify a performance standard so that whatever development does occur there has to meet those performance standards. So there's some assurance that, whatever development is going to happen cannot have impacts that exceed the significance thresholds that were applied in this analysis. With respect to trees, there was a concern about trees. In attachment 1 of the initial study, there's a commitment from the applicant to retain the trees along the southern and the western perimeter. The evaluation of the trees was done by the town's consulting arborist in the initial study. So the impacts and the mitigation measures reflect the town's policies and ordinance. If there's any specific questions, there's plenty of people here that are available to address any of the specific concerns on the environmental topics.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? And Ms. Geyer, I actually do have a couple. The first, when we began this whole process, was just the overall general question of, we certified an EIR on the general plan, and this was not included in the general plan. And so, again, I'm asking, when we certified the EIR, we were told that we were certifying it on the maximum ceiling of build-out that we anticipate over the next 20 years. And I understand it's not site-specific. So now we're including new criteria or new scenarios to consider in that maximum ceiling. And so how can this project not warrant another EIR if it's not included in the one that we certified last year?
Well, whether an EIR is required has more to do with whether there's a significant impact that can't be mitigated to a less than significant level that the applicant won't agree to implementing. So if, as in the case of this initial study or this environmental document, the mitigation measures mitigate the impact to a less than significant, all the impacts to a less than significant level. So an EIR was not triggered at that point. So in the case of the general plan, under mandatory findings of significance, which is the very last section of the initial study, we go through actually for an initial study, a very extensive discussion of the cumulative impacts. And the cumulative impacts are considered to be the general plan, what was anticipated as a development or growth level in the general plan EIR, and we compare this project to the levels that were assumed in that EIR. For levels that exceed or for scenario 1, it was within the levels that were assumed in the general plan EIR analysis. Now, it takes up a large portion of that, but it was within the levels that were evaluated in the general plan EIR. So the cumulative impacts associated with growth from general plan, not build out, but general plan development, because the general plan EIR didn't look at build out, it looked at development within the next 10 years. So this project's cumulative or contribution to the cumulative impact and the cumulative impacts associated with that level of growth is still okay, the analysis that was done in the general plan. This project, in cases like under residential, where this, also in the case of scenario 1, the Vasona Light Rail element adds another set of policies on top of other general plan policies that allow for this more intensive use. But in the case of residential, the general plan, where a development level may exceed the general plan EIR's assumed level of development, then the initial study examined what the physical impacts of more growth would be on top of that. So, and that's kind of all discussed in the last section of the initial study.
And then 2 more specific questions. The first on greenhouse gas emissions. When doing your analysis, are there different thresholds for residential versus commercial? And if so, were all of the different scenarios analyzed when conducting the initial study?
The Air District has 2 thresholds, 1,100 metric tons per year for a project that doesn't have a specific use that generates a service population. They have another threshold, which is, off the top of my head, I think it's 4.6 metric tons per service population. So this, in terms of the threshold, it's just a set threshold. So the different uses do generate different levels of greenhouse gases, both, for operation. So in the analysis, the greenhouse gas analysis takes that into account, takes into account the types of development that are going to occur. It estimates levels. For all 4 scenarios, they all exceeded the Air District thresholds. So there was then an application of a lot of green and sustainable development measures that must be done in order to meet that threshold. So they would have to, in architecture and site, they would have to demonstrate that whatever development scenario, specific development plan that they have, has to contain these specific measures that are required to reduce that level down to the performance standard, which is the Air District threshold.
And then my last question, it's regarding NPDES compliance. On the staff report, it says that the scenario 1, all office development, reduces impervious surfaces from 15.8 to 14.8. And so the hydro modification management permit's not triggered. But then it then says scenarios 2, 3, and 4 have not been considered for the project site because you don't have those impervious areas. Basically, they're not available. So assuming we go to scenario 2, 3, or 4, when would that analysis take place?
I believe that would be at architecture and site, yes.
And then I'm assuming if there are significant findings found at that point, would further mitigation measures be included to ensure that whatever is found for these for scenario 2, 3, and 4 are then mitigated, so it's still a mitigated neg deck?
Well, the NPDES permit, the NPDES requirements have to be met regardless of CEQA. So it wouldn't necessarily, because they would have to meet the town's requirements as well as the C3 requirements, that would, in general, if they can meet that, that's the threshold that is the CEQA threshold. So if they meet that, then it doesn't trigger any additional environmental review.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Geyer. And are there any other questions on either the school district, traffic, or the public noticing that staff had just gave a quick synopsis to? And you can ask any question.
I have a question of staff. I don't know who would like to answer it, but just to clear up the PD ordinance for this site at the moment, there's many configurations, and normally the way we've been seeing or receiving PD applications is that they're pretty much drilled down, and when we approve it or not approve it, when we approve it rather, that's it. I mean, it's the footprint. So can you tell me where this falls with that understanding?
Pursuant to town code, plan developments are typically expected to be a conceptual plan. Over the past several years, we have been seeing more specific plans being submitted where we have specific setbacks, even down to the architecture has been detailed. That is not a typical plan development. So historically, you have been being treated to seeing more precise plans, and therefore it's easier for you to realize what the development is going to be. So this proposal, even though there's 4 scenarios, is actually a true plan development because it is conceptual in nature.
Okay, that is what I remembered. I just wanted to clarify that for some of us who may not remember that.
And if I could add, I think you also asked, so the details would then, the commission would review the details of that once the architectural and sites came before the commission. At that point, they'd see the details to them.
That could be approved or not approved or modified.
They can be, the uses could not be denied if they're consistent with the PD. And then the development standards that are established in the PD would prevail because they are established in the PD. How the building looks, how the buildings look, the planning commission would have discretion over that. Colors, materials, and things like that. Setbacks are established in the PD. Anything that is not established in the PD, the planning commission would have purview over and be able to modify.
Okay. I'm not understanding that, I don't think. So you just said that right now this is a conceptual PD. The 4 scenarios.
True, but it does tie in, it locks in certain, it locks in the uses, it locks in development capacity, it locks in, which would be square footage in this case, or number of units, it locks in height, it locks in setbacks. Setbacks predominantly for buildings, higher story buildings. It has greater setbacks for the higher story.
All right, so basically what we're seeing here is of the four scenarios, this is it, even though you're telling me it's conceptual. No? I'm misunderstanding this.
Maybe
Can
if I
someone
could
explain this to me?
The way I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, think of it almost as the PDs that we have been approving in the past.
Okay.
It provides the footprint and agreement. So if we say 85, it's set as 85. Those are the details of the plan that will be coming forward.
If I could correct one thing, though, it does not dictate footprint.
Okay.
It does not dictate
So the
footprint.
footprint can be modified.
Yes, it establishes setbacks. So if you look at the plan set, you'll notice that there's various setback lines, and
Yes.
it does establish those setback lines from the major rights-of-way and the trail and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jensen.
Do you mean to say the PD locks that in, or do you mean to say that the development agreement locks that in, or do you mean both together lock them in?
The PD locks in all the zoning information, all the zoning information is not the right choice of words, locks in all the development standards that are outlined in the PD ordinance. What the development agreement does is vest those for a given period of time, in addition to many other things, but that in relevance to this one question.
So basically what the development agreement is takes the burden of obtaining entitlements off the developer, is that right? By entitlements, I mean going through the permit process and allowing deciding bodies the discretion to decide whether they like it or not. The reason he wants a development agreement is that he doesn't have to get entitlements.
But actually, they have to go through the entitlement process. It doesn't relieve them of the entitlement process. How I would review is it gives some certainty to the property owner of what can be developed there. It doesn't relieve them of any additional process with the town. It may narrow the town's discretion on it.
What the DA does, I mean, the whole application before you is the developer has asked for an approval of the PD standards and the PD ordinance, and that's what's going to govern. It's reiterated in the development agreement, but this body, as well as town council, is making the decisions on the entitlement if that's what they decide to do at this first stage.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Commissioners, this is how I'd like to propose we break down this discussion, and I'm certainly willing to hear some other suggestions. I believe, Mr. Bradley, do you have a slide on the major issues that are?
We do, and we can bring that up now.
Okay. And just to break it up, it encompasses use, it encompasses height, there it is, use, height, density, and then we get into the specific details of the development agreement and the benefit. And so I think first and foremost, what I'd like to hear, just discussion, see where we are in agreement, see where maybe further discussion could get us closer to some type of consensus. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm not sure that I want to do that. It may be a good thing to do. I'm not quarreling with that. I've been sitting here, as you have, for a few hours. I have some general things that I want to say. I probably even know where I want to go this evening, but it doesn't have much to do with checking the boxes. So if you want to go through that and people want to do that, that's great. At some point, I simply want to relate to my thoughts and comments on all of the things I've heard tonight and come up with a couple of possibilities that we might follow if there were more than one of us that wanted to do it. So that's simply to let you know I'm not quarreling with what you're saying, but I can't be very helpful to that process.
Okay, so what I'd like to do first, this is one example of doing it, is I want to see where it is we have consensus. And then I'd like to get those areas at least put away so that if we are going to have a bulk of discussion, that at least we know where to concentrate the discussion on. If you have some thoughts that you'd like to go ahead and share with us, I think that just hearing other people's feedback sometimes helps us move in a general direction. Commissioner Jensen.
May I suggest that I suspect that Commissioner O'Donnell thinks, as I think, that it may not be useful to go through a line-item analysis if the Commission were to believe that we are not ready to take on those individual issues tonight.
That's one of the things I wanted to say. But I will be glad to throw out, as you know me, I'm not bashful about doing it. But it might be helpful to kick this thing off, just to tell you kind of where I am. And then if everybody else says, no, we can deal with this, that's great. And I'll be benefited by that. But I've been sitting here tonight, and I have to tell you, I've gone, there are a lot of good things that are being said. But I guess the first thing that disturbs me is this is a big project that I happen to believe the community has not been very involved in. It's got nothing to do with a 300-foot notice. We have bent over backwards on various of our projects, like the North 40 and the Boulevard and all that stuff, to involve the community. I can tell you as a planning commissioner, this was like the sun coming up unexpectedly to me. And if that's the case, then I'm very empathetic with people who didn't know about it. So I don't quite understand, well, I can conjecture, I don't quite understand why it's moved forward this way. This is a very significant project, and we're treating it differently than I think we should. Notwithstanding that, let me also say that when we dealt with the Netflix issue before, we were very cognizant of how valuable somebody like, there's only one, Netflix is to this community. Tonight, we've kind of heard, back and forth on that. So I want to be careful that if somebody came in here and said, look, here's what Netflix wants, and they're going to do it, I'd feel fairly comfortable. It wouldn't have to be 550,000 square feet. They want to expand into 550,000 square feet. I can understand that too. But what I can't understand is, on the one hand, Netflix is right there. On the other hand, we don't trust them. We're not sure they're right there. We don't know if we want senior. We don't know if we want this. We want you to give it all to us. And oh, by the way, we want you to do a negative declaration on what we don't quite understand what we're doing. It flies in the face of my driving habits. I go to Courtside 4 or 5 times a week to tell me this project is not going to make the traffic much worse than it is today, with all the mitigation suggested. So again, I have to fall back on simply empirical data. We did this before on Ditto's Lane when they assured us it was going to be swell. So I have problems with that. Let me go through my little laundry list here. So notice is a problem. That can be probably solved because it's going to go to the town council. So everybody will get a chance at this. So I wouldn't stop the thing right now because of the notice. The comments about the change of community I'm very empathetic with. I've been in this community for 40 years. In many respects, I wish we were 40 years ago. We're not. This happens to be a very good piece of property where you could put something like this development. One of the few pieces of property in town where you could do it. And I think it could be a very good project. I wish I knew what the project is. I've heard what it might be, and we don't even know whether it should be, assuming we went along with the multiple stories, whether it ought to be 4 or 5. Staff's recommendation is 4. And yet I heard all this tonight about we really need 5. Staff is, very frankly, bending over backwards on this project. The only thing I see them fighting about is 4 versus 5, and I can't believe that's a serious fight. So I don't know, but it strikes me as odd. They say, forward a recommendation to the town council for strong approval of the proposed plan development, including the following. What 3 things? R&D office uses, not residential, height of 4 stories, and revised trigger language. I told you the trigger language can work in a reduction of our office RD, which I find bizarre after we hear how important this is. So that bothers me. The late delivery of documents, if somebody did this who was not the town and gave us all the documents they've given us this week, a continuance would have been automatic. To try to digest, I have been asking for the development agreement I don't suppose it exists. I don't know. I got a term sheet. To me, the development agreement is a very significant document. I got a term sheet at, I don't know, 6 o'clock tonight. And we're supposed to just get it instantly, understand it, and move on. I don't think that's a good idea. This 20 years on this thing, I have serious questions as to what we're getting for giving somebody 20 years. It may be the right thing to do. And again, if I knew more about the project, it would make it easier to say we could do that. I don't quite understand why we're using a PD versus a specific plan, assuming for the moment that a specific plan would give us more information. We don't seem to have required as much as we should have from the applicant. I can understand the applicant. He's in a different business than we're in. And then as far as CEQA goes, I've commented on that. So the reason I have trouble with all that stuff is it assumes facts not in evidence. It assumes we're ready to get there. And for the reasons I've just expressed, I would either tell the council I wouldn't approve this project as presently constituted. I might very well approve a Netflix project or one that was like a Netflix project. But to come in here and say, you pick and choose, and it's going to be one of these things, and we don't know exactly what it is. We don't know the impact on the schools because we don't know whether we're going to have 500 new units or whether we're going to have a bunch of seniors that aren't going to add to the school problem. I don't know how to handle that. So that's why I don't think I can do that. So I'll throw that out for whatever it's worth.
And actually, in your sharing your comments, you actually have covered a lot of the issues there. So actually, this is such a significant one. I'm sure everyone has something to share. Why don't we just come down and just share your thoughts? And it sounds like eventually, just through our discussion, we'll find those areas that we are in agreement on. Commissioner Ogle?
Sure. Well, my thoughts really are very similar to Commissioner O'Donnell's. I feel that I really haven't had enough time to digest any of this information, and I feel very not confused. I get what the idea is, but I'm concerned that such a sort of loose idea is coming forward to us. It might be 550,000 square feet, but if that doesn't work out, it might be senior housing, and if that doesn't work out, it might be residential housing, but we're not going to talk about it now, and maybe in 20 years we'll know. That's a hard way to plan. Certainly as we did the general plan, we didn't think in those terms because we could have thought about that in every single parcel that we looked at with the general plan. So I think I absolutely agree with Commissioner O'Donnell that at least we need to continue this for a while, for another meeting, so that we can have some more time to learn and digest this.
Commissioner Telesfor?
Thank you. I'm not going to be as long as Commissioner O'Donnell pretty much covered all the notes I have around here, but I will say that for a project that really signals quite a dramatic change in our traffic, the way that whole area will be utilized, the developer will have 20 years to do what he's going to do, and we've been given 3.5 hours or whatever this has been. I really consider this a study session. I couldn't possibly, well, I could, but they probably wouldn't like what I was going to say. I think this is quite interesting. I think it's an exciting project. I'd love to have Netflix stay. They've been great. It's a good opportunity for all the right reasons. Not like this. I don't know what I'm approving. I couldn't do this. I wouldn't, if my children brought these choices to me for whatever they wanted, I would not, I couldn't go along with it. I mean, I could go ahead here and give you all the reasons, but I don't think I need to.
Commissioner Erickson.
At the beginning of the staff report, Ms. Rooney said, this is a very complex project, and that it was asking us to be out of our comfort zone. So I would absolutely agree with both of those statements. And as my wife would tell you, I am quite comfortable out of my comfort zone normally. This particular project has put me out of my comfort zone of being comfortable out of my comfort zone. So the project is something that the type of development that's envisioned is clearly something that's at a general conceptual level, is something that would serve the broad interest of the town. So it should be developed something like this, whatever something like this turns out to be. It seems that what I'm struggling with is the balance. What is the proper balance between several things at a conceptual level? What is the proper balance between the risk to the town and the risk to the developer? Both parties would want to lower their risk. The developer would want to lower his risk. The town would want to lower the risk of undesirable consequences for allowing something. So what is the proper balance between the risk between the two parties? What's the proper balance between the benefits that the town will derive from whatever it is and the benefits to the developer in this case? So those benefits are different, and there are two different parties. And so in a good agreement between two parties, one isn't going to extract more benefits on their side than the other party is comfortable with. It becomes a balancing act between benefits. The applicant has talked about a shared vision for the place. I would suggest that the town would have a vision for the area and the developer would have a vision. They wouldn't be a shared vision because they're two different entities. So one would need to figure out how to balance what might be the vision of the developer in its absolute purest sense and the vision of the town in a way. So that's another balancing act. The town would need to balance, and the developer has an interest in the length of the agreement, what is a reasonable length of time, and so to figure out what the proper balance between what the reasonable length of the agreement is something that the two parties have to come to some agreement with also. So I'm struggling with how we figure out what the right balance is when we then talk about what are the uses of the space, because in and of themselves, any of the three uses seem appropriate to the space. But it's difficult for me to fully understand what the implications and what mitigation measures might need to be in place, given I'm not completely sure what the end development is, and so it would make me uncomfortable recommending to the town council a mitigated negative declaration and a particular mitigation monitoring and reporting program that I'm not confident that can fully be understood. The mitigation measures that might be needed can't be fully understood at a level that at least I'm not comfortable with right now, when there's a broad range of possibility of development. Because if I understand correctly, even the four scenarios are clearly represented as examples and not even explicitly as four scenarios. They're simply example scenarios. So the actual development of the property over time may be as likely not to be any of those four scenarios as it will be to be one of those four scenarios. So even one is not even declaring I'm going to choose one of the four, I'm going to choose something that's even not named at this point in time, and it may or may not look like four scenarios, which in fact we've examined. So that makes me uncomfortable. Also, the community benefit is significantly defined in the term sheet of the development agreement. It's not an uncomplicated community benefit. I don't feel like I've had, given that I received the DA at the same time that other commissioners did this evening. Although we were given it electronically earlier, I didn't have time to read it before I got here. So it's complicated, and the significance of the project, I don't feel like I've had time to really fully understand, so I couldn't take action on recommending whether this was a reasonable or appropriate community benefit at the same time. I have opinions about height and density and mass and scale and those kinds of things. The detail of that, what I might think about those, I don't think is particularly relevant at the moment, given that I'm uncomfortable. I'm outside of my natural comfortableness in my uncomfortable zone.
Commissioner Jensen, how do you top that?
I go really fast. I think the consensus is that the Planning Commission feels that they have not had enough time to digest all the information. I think the consensus is that we are uncomfortable with having open-ended scenarios that are proposed to us by the developer. I'm certainly uncomfortable with the notion of a development agreement that I haven't seen. And as I said earlier, I've been doing planning in Los Gatos for quite a long time, and I've never seen a development agreement, never. So it makes me think that this is something special that's being done for this particular developer in the hopes that Netflix will come in. And so I say to Netflix, it's great, we love you. Come in and with a project. Or Hyatt, come in with a project. But to be asked to make a zone change for a variety of scenarios that include a possibility of 500 units that we didn't consider in the general plan as part of our overlay zone makes me very, very, very uncomfortable. I can imagine if we just independently had a 500-unit residential development, there would be riots in the street if we had as much notice as we had for this project tonight. And speaking of the notice, I absolutely agree. I think it's been inadequate. I don't think the 300-foot, yes, that's our standard, but reasonable minds could have determined that that was inadequate for the scope of this project. And having gone out to the site, that I feel confident in saying that there is no way that anyone not knowing that this project existed would ever notice the sign on Winchester. You have to look behind the railroad tracks and across the street and away from Courtside, which everybody's always looking at. So personally, I don't think that's adequate notice, and I think that the people in the town are entitled to come and be heard on this. That all being said, transit-oriented mixed-use development on this lot is perfect. I've said other lots aren't perfect for that kind of thing. This is it. But I would very much like to have a more definitive development, and I would very much not like to be giving lots of optionality, a word I've never heard until tonight, to the developer and none to the town for 20 years.
Okay, and I think you're right. I think we do have consensus. I think this is, it feels like I say it with so many of our parcels, but because we have so many parcels, this one is 26 acres, and with the North 40, we have spent tremendous time and effort on 40 acres to get the town involved. We spent tremendous time and effort on our general plan to get the town involved, and I think it would be a tremendous setback to all of us if this were to be rushed forward without the same type of input that we've been asking from our town. We pride ourselves on transparency, and like I said, I feel like I was sidestepped with this, that this just came to us last week, and if we feel this way, I'm certain that many of the residents that will be directly affected by this, not only with aesthetics but with traffic, will certainly feel that way. And so certainly I agree with all the comments that my commissioners have said today. In terms of uses, I can see strong arguments for all of the uses that have been stated. The strongest argument being of the research and development and the lack of that in the town. But the possible combination of those three in amounts that we still do not understand just makes me very uncomfortable. And as a planner, that's not the way I think we should be proceeding. So with that being said, I think we do have consensus. I'm going to look to the commissioners for someone to start a motion and someone to second it. Okay, Commissioner Jensen.
My motion would be to continue this matter, and I don't know that we necessarily need a different plan unless the developer is ready to come forward with something specific, which would be very nice with a specific tenant or specific project, or take some of the scenarios off the table. That would be very nice. But we really need to understand exactly what's being proposed, and we need time, not necessarily for more information or redesign, but we also need time for the public to understand that this project exists and that they can come in and be heard on it. And I, for one, echo Commissioner O'Donnell in that I would really like to see the development agreement that is going to tie the hands of the town for 20 years, and we haven't seen it. So my motion is continue. My only question is what would be an appropriate amount of time to let everybody in the town know that this is going on and to get some appropriate information. And I would look to other commissioners for a suggestion about how much time that might be.
Also, I'd also like to hear, for the applicant sitting here, I think they would probably, it would benefit them to know what exactly we would like from them. So, you know, I just heard you say that the uses are appropriate, but what specificity do we want from them? I think that would be helpful.
I would like to know, to the extent possible, what exactly you plan to do. I'm very uncomfortable with the open-ended notion of you having an agreement with a potential lessor and the town saying, well, that's great. I'm happy to have you do that, because the town, I don't see getting anything out of that agreement. I'd like to see the agreement. I'd like to hear much more specific information about why 5 stories is required, what tenants are asking for that, what tenants have it, what kind of green building techniques you might put in, how you might improve the trail. I would like to know more about your concept for development here. You know, and I would really like to hear you say, well, we have a specific thing in mind. You may not come back and do that, but I sure would like to hear it.
Okay. Commissioner Telesfor?
I'm glad you asked about us addressing, I mean, I would second continuing this, but it has to be with direction. But I'm not quite sure where I would go with the direction, and we could talk about the uses. But I still have questions about the uses, so how will we find out that information? Do we email the staff? Do we maybe set up during this time of continuation that we could have another study session? I mean, one point is on page 22, on the housing element, it says the town can meet its RHNA at all income categories. So I would question why we need a mixed-use development here. And I haven't even analyzed, so I need more information. I need more time to talk to somebody, our fellow commissioner. I don't know what I mean, I need more time.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I think the minimum thing we need is a continuance to allow the community to have some input and to have us read the documents we just got. We still haven't gotten a development agreement, and I think it's fair to say perhaps it doesn't exist, and I can understand that. If that's a negotiated document, which may in part be affected by what we do. I don't know. So I'm not criticizing anybody for not having a document that may not exist. We did get a term sheet, but we didn't get it until today. And I didn't see it until 6 p.m. this evening. I don't think that's reasonable. We got a number of documents online, but very late in the game. And I'm not criticizing staff. You folks are really busy with lots of things. But it becomes impossible. So I want to stop talking about that. So I'm saying we clearly have consensus on continuance. Where we may not have consensus is direction. My feeling is at some point the applicant can say, thank you very much, Planning Commission. I don't agree with you. Well, let me go to the town council. And that's fine. And the town council may say, thank you very much, Planning Commission. We don't agree. And that's fine. But I think we, at this point, would like a continuance. I have heard a consensus. Maybe I'm wrong. But I've heard a consensus saying this Planning Commission finds the open-ended nature of this project too open-ended. And without trying to give anybody directions on how you narrow it down, I've heard, I think, almost each one of us say it's too open-ended. So one of the directions would be, could you please narrow it down? The best of all worlds is to come in and say, I want to build 550,000, square feet eventually. And, maybe 15, 20 years works out under certain circumstances. But if I've heard correctly, continuance was consensus and narrow it down as consensus. I don't know if there's anything else as consensus. So if the maker of the motion, I'd like to know whether she agrees with that.
Yes, but I guess yes, I would like to see it as specific as possible. I'd like to see the development agreement if it exists. And my major concern, quite honestly, is I want the public to be aware there's a project and allow them the opportunity to study and come down and tell us what they think. And I don't think they've had that. So the question in my mind is, how much time is reasonable to allow that to happen? And if the developer decided that he needed to go out to communities he hasn't reached out to, like the La Rinconada area, it might allow him time to do that as well. Or for Netflix to come in and give us a very specific idea, even if they don't sign an agreement, of what they're looking for.
I want to second your motion, but that I take it your motion now includes what you didn't, because she just changed. I asked that we add the additional thing which you've added.
Okay, hold on.
I don't mean to require them to go out and meet with neighbors.
No. I mean to narrow it down.
Yes, I would love to see it narrowed down.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
And you can second it if you want.
Okay, so we have a motion for continuance by Commissioner Jensen, and it was to provide as much specificity as possible, and she listed a whole bunch of examples. Development agreement, definitely we're in consensus, more outreach to the neighborhood. There's no specific, nothing specific as you must do this, but these were examples that were given by both Commissioner Jensen, Commissioner Talsford, and Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Ogle, Commissioner Erickson, if you have more examples that you would like to suggest, certainly I think that would be helpful. Okay. Commissioner Erickson, you were going to say something?
Yeah, the only thing I would say in terms of direction, I indicated that I think there's a balance that needs to be struck. So I guess I would generally agree with the motion, but I would suggest to the applicant, you've heard a lot of feedback. I can't imagine that you don't have cues from the Planning Commission in terms of the concerns. So you have to, it seems like to me, figure out what you think that's, if you would, the balance that we're seeking, we're uncomfortable with at this point in time. That's how I would understand it. So you have to decide how you want to tilt the balance in a different way that would make us more comfortable with it, but without us being prescriptive about that, because we don't need to design your development for you. That you should do, and we should react to your development. So I think that's what I would think.
Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to reopen the public portion for a very specific question to the applicant.
Chair, there's no second to the motion.
Actually, I think I did hear a second by Commissioner Talsford. Commissioner Talsford, are you still seconding it? Okay. So, Mr. Schenk?
Yes.
Are you ready? So, based on what you heard in our discussion, how much time do you think you need to provide the specificity that would assure us to move forward with the project and to also engage with the public that is going to be directly affected? La Rinconada was mentioned, the school districts, but just traffic patterns on Winchester Boulevard that almost everyone in town utilizes. So I want you to give that some thought and tell us how much time you think you're going to need.
I think we're in an interesting place here. I don't think there's enough time, if you will, to come back and give the specificity that we're not in a position to give to you. What the request is for this zoning, almost like any other zoning that says you can have a house that fits in this box of setbacks and heights and sizes and these kinds of things, but it doesn't tell you what the house is. What we're asking for is a zoning that allows things to happen within a box. And because I don't have where the parcel line may be in the future between the office and the residential, or the senior and the residential, or where all the office parcels would be in the all-office scenario. I don't think there's not an amount of time where I'd be able to come back and share that, because we're not at the position of a project. We're at the place that we're in today, and it's important that you understand, from my perspective, that from back to Netflix and their timing, they had their, to meet their needs and expectations and timing, what they're wanting to know is, this is all good feedback. They're understanding a lot about their to-be proposed project that would fit within the zoning from the feedback that you've been sharing tonight. They and we need to also understand, because it's very different from what the current zoning would allow, from the council as well. What do they think about this? If we were to go through a North 40 kind of process, one, because I don't have a project in mind, I don't know that we'd end up in any better, more clear place. And two, it would fall way outside the Netflix timelines for, can we pursue this? So for that reason, I will beg of you and ask all the feedback, move on to council, more noticing, et cetera, so that we can get the feedback again from council on this land use application.
Okay, I'm now going to close the public hearing. I think we've heard what we needed to hear. Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Shank.
Chair, as the maker of the motion, Mr. Shank, as you have all evening, you've been very articulate and very polite and not answered the question. The question was, how much time do you need? And you said, well, I can't possibly tell you. That's nice. So my only option, given your answer from the way I feel about what's in front of us, is to send it to council with recommendation for no. That would be my opinion. Now, I could withdraw the motion. We could vote on the motion to continue, but given your answer, I couldn't do anything except forward it with a negative recommendation.
Okay, let's be orderly. First of all, there was one motion and it was a motion for continuance with a second. So are you now withdrawing the motion?
We can vote on it. We could always vote on that motion if the commissioners want to, but given Mr. Schenk's position, I don't know how productive that would be.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I understand Mr. Schenk's position, and were I in his shoes, I might have the same position. But I'm not in the same shoes. We have a different position. I think it is important that the community be notified and be aware and be involved. That can be done one of two ways. We can send it on to the council, or we can see now that the community gets some notice. The only thing we can control is that. I'm not fixed in my mind at the moment which of those two we should do, but I have a feeling that simply saying, fine, send it on to the council may not be in the best interest in the long run. If that's the case, and that's just a thought, the continuance would still be a good idea, which I would ask the maker of the motion, if she doesn't really want to support that motion, I would be prepared to make a motion that we simply continue the matter for the date that you all want, to allow the community to be better advised. We can come back to the hearing. If he wants to stand up and say ditto, that's fine, although ditto is a bad word at the moment. If he wants to say ditto, that saves us a lot of time, and then there's plenty of time to always say we recommend no.
Okay. So I want comments on the only motion on the floor, which is continuance.
Can I ask a question? Since I'm the maker of the motion, I have the option to withdraw it of staff. May I ask a question of staff? I assume that staff has a date in mind for town council hearing. What is that date?
June 6th. That's a tentative date, pending action at the Planning Commission. We are also looking at alternative dates right now for Planning Commission, so that we'll be able to give you that information.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Motion has been withdrawn. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to make a motion to continue the matter to allow better notice to the public. The applicant can do whatever the applicant wants to do, but that the hearing then be set, they're checking on a date certain, and that we continue for that sole purpose, better notice to the public so that the public will be able to feel like they're part of the process and make the comments they want to. The applicant will have the option, of course, to do something with the proposal to make us more comfortable, or to continue with what he presently believes, and that is, in the final analysis, it's only what the town council thinks that is important.
Okay, so we have a new motion from Commissioner O'Donnell for continuance to allow for more public notice. Do I have a second on this? Commissioner Erickson?
I'd second it, but would want to add one thing to the make a motion. I would want to continue the item to both provide the public the time to understand the project better and for the commission to understand the project better. And I would note in my second, we provided the applicant the opportunity to tell us what would be convenient for him. He chose not to answer that question, which is his prerogative, and I would respect that. So the setting the date certain should be driven not by the interest of the applicant, but by the interest of the commission and the interest of the commission to respect the input from the public.
Okay, Commissioner Telesford, do you have a comment? Okay, so we have a modified motion, and I believe we have a second by Commissioner Erickson. Commissioner Telesford, did you have a comment?
Well, I do. I would have seconded it as well. And the reason is, I think the applicant spoke eloquently about a shared vision. And I believe this would give the community a time to express how they feel with this notice, but also for you then again to hear and bring everyone along on a shared vision. You can't do it to people, but you need to bring them along. And when you say share a vision, this is sort of the process you have to go through. I don't think that we're trying to elongate this for any reason. It's just that I don't think any of us want to be accused of rushing this through without a whole hearing. That being said, the other thing I wanted to mention is I forgot, oh dear, out of my head, damn it. God. Okay.
FCC will hear about it.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are there any other comments to the motion for continuance?
We don't have a date yet.
Oh, staff, do we have a date?
Oh, wait, we're going to be renoticing it anyhow, so we're not going to recommend a date because we want to go out and renotice, so we need to take a look at our schedules. Right now, we only have schedules showing us our schedules till June 22nd. So we have some options. It could be in June, it could be early July. Potentially there is a May date also, but I don't know if we would make that date. So
Let me just
at
say,
this point in time, it wouldn't be to a date certain.
make this one request of staff and the Planning Commission. I'm leaving on a trip on Tuesday. I will be back on June 1st. I would be most disappointed if you said it in May. Others might not be, but I would be most disappointed. So I request that it be set in June or as early June.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Telesford, do you remember?
Let me publicly apologize. But I do remember, and what I was hoping that it would also do is give this commission an opportunity to digest what they've heard and come to some of their own conclusions, because we haven't been that specific either. There's been multiple uses here, and I haven't heard a consensus about what this commission thinks the use should be. And I'm hoping that we would be able to apply some of that time to come up with that.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so we have a motion for continuance. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm opposed, though I believe there should be more public notice, as I've said. I'm opposing it only because there's a proposed June 6th meeting with the Town Council. The Town Council is the ultimate decision maker on this. I think the time between now and June 6th would give the public time to be heard in front of the ultimate decision maker, and I think, given what Mr. Schenk has said about his position, that another public hearing with the Planning Commission would not be a productive use of our time.
Okay, so the motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Jensen dissenting and Commissioner Bourgeois absent, or recused. So. Okay. Okay, and Ms. Bailey, if I understand, you will be renoticing this with a date? I mean, Ms. Bruni, sorry.
Yes, once we determine that date, we'll be renoticing in with the expanded noticing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that concludes all of our public hearings for the evening. We do have new other business. Ms. Rennie, do we have a report from Community Development?
Ms. Bailey's actually going to provide that. Thank you.
Okay, great. So,
Just wanted to report that Town Council reviewed the Giordano's restaurant application on North Santa Cruz Avenue, and they had to continue the matter because they wanted to adopt a different resolution on it, but what the proposal is to approve the hours of operation and the full alcohol service, but not expand into the adjacent retail space.
Just one slight correction. They actually didn't continue. They made the motion. It's just the resolutions.
They need to
came
adopt
back.
the resolution.
any questions on the Gardino's project? Okay. And then anything else to report?
I'm sorry.
Anything else to report?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
For commission matters, just a reminder, commissioners, that our next meeting, May 25, I believe it also starts at 6?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And at this point, we made...
Can I ask why it starts at 6?
It's a joint meeting with the town council, and it was, the agenda was set by the council, and it was set for 6 o'clock.
Can I just comment, these 6 o'clock starts are just impossible. So I'm going to always be late to those.
I did also want to announce that there is a very strong chance that the meeting on the 31st is going to be canceled postponed, ultimately postponed, but just to give us, that was the retreat, just to give a little bit more time to get, as I think it was discussed here, the staff is working quite quickly right now, and we just need a little bit more time to get prepared for that. So I think we're going to be postponing that till probably definitely after the council break.
Do you know, Wendy, when you'll know that for sure? I'm trying to buy a plane ticket and I changed it different. It's okay if you don't know. It's okay. I can hold off. But
we will let you know as soon as we have a confirmation on that.
Commissioners, any other commission matters? Okay, meeting's adjourned.